Chapter 753. World has changed. 1 year had passed since the Dark Lord revealed himself who he truly was. Almost all the kingdoms in the world mourned the destruction of Thusia. They announced holidays in the name of Victoria Barnes, who fought the Dark Lord valiantly to the end and lost her life. The world called that day a Black Day. Everyone in the world lit candles and light sources for the entire day to fight off the darkness. The Elon continent mainly went through several changes. The Sunrise sect, which the Dark Lord studied, became the target of the Guardian Guild. However, the new Supreme Guardian concluded that the sect had done nothing wrong. Despite the reputation of the sect that the Dark Lord used to study, the Sunrise sect became one of the most powerful sects in the entire world. Many still suspected the sect leader to have connections with the Dark Lord, but no one had any proof. The Guardian Guild had dismantled the majestic alchemy chain founded by the Dark Lord along with Hades, the restaurant. The guild stopped all the revenue streams of the Dark Lord and marked him as the enemy of humankind. Anyone who aids or worships the Dark Lord would be put in the darkest dungeons in the Guardian Guild. The new Supreme Guardian used a diplomatic approach to ally with almost all the Great 8 clans. Under his new leadership, the Guardian Guild slowly started to regain its former glory. Despite everything, many groups still worshipped the Dark Lord and hoped he would take over the world one day. When the sun reached the middle of the sky, several ships reached Pentown. The people rushed out of their homes to take a look at the ships casting shadows on the ground. One by one, the flying ships halted as people flew out from the ships. They all headed toward Winston Manor. A few minutes later, the empty hall inside the Winston Manor became crowded with people wearing various armor and robes. Majority of them had the symbol of the Guardian Guild on their chests. Alpha Guardians. Alicia and Norvin entered the room as the people quickly bowed their heads. Yes, Alicia was promoted to the Alpha Guardians of Hunter Guardians, while Norvin became the Alpha Guardian of the Beast Guardians. This was one of the many changes brought to the guild by the new Supreme Guardian. Unlike the previous Alpha Guardians, these two brought results. Hence, the stakeholders and financiers didn't raise a finger. Moreover, the new Supreme Guardian was working on creating new ways of revenue instead of depending on fat merchants. They were the main reason for the corruption in the guild. Over the past year, Norvin grew out of his tiny stature. Norvin walked beside Alicia wearing golden robes, transforming himself into his new humanoid form. His humanoid form was muscular, hairy, and had the puffy mouths of monkeys. Norvin had lost the childness on his face and looked mature. Alicia, on the other, looked as she always did, cold and distant. Everyone except the Hunter Guardians can stay outside. The Supreme Guardian will be with you shortly, said Alicia. The Guardians and the warriors from various factions left the hall, leaving a group of Guardians behind. Silence fell over the hall as they waited for the Supreme Guardian. A few moments later, Noah Winston, adorned in his new white knight armor, entered the hall. Noah radiated a much more powerful aura than he did a year ago. The noticeable thing about Noah was his hair. He cut his long raven black hair short and grew a stubble beard. Besides, he looked a bit tired and exhausted. The usual glossiness was missing on Noah's face due to the pressure and responsibilities of a Supreme Guardian. Leading one of the most powerful guilds took a mental and physical toll on him. Supreme Guardian, the group of Hunter Guardians knelt down to show their respect. Although Noah was weaker than them in terms of cultivation stages, his godly aura and leadership talents gained the Guardians' respect. Ultimately, Noah single-handedly pulled the Guardian Guild out of the hole the previous leader put the guild into. After the Dark Lord's interview with Nadia Hall, every organization put the Guardian Guild under the microscope. Many blamed the Guardian Guild for its incompetence and corruption. The revelation about Andreas being alive hit the world like a violent storm. It was always easier to put guilt on someone than prove them innocent. The Dark Lord's interview and the people's hatred toward the guild forced Noah to reveal the prophecy of the Dark Lord. That was the only way to calm the people down and focus on the real threat, the Dark Lord. But Noah himself hated the guild and Skyhall for massacring innocent people 3,000 years ago. No matter what Andreas said, Noah refused to accept that killing many people was justifiable. This put a dent in the relationship between the teacher and the student. No one except Noah could rebuild the guild and simultaneously focus on stopping the Dark Lord. It was hard, especially when he and his mentor Andreas had different ideologies and plans to deal with the Dark Lord. Noah acknowledged the team with a nod. He flicked his wrist as a stone table appeared in the center. He went to the table as the team gathered around it. Alicia spread open the southern continent's map and the surrounding regions. An X mark was on the farthest west side of the continent, with nothing but an endless ocean. This ocean was unmapped territory for the rest of the world. Due to the constant lightning storms, tornadoes, and tsunami waves, no one ventured into this ocean. Since it was inside the void line, even the cultivators refused to venture into this part of the map. The previous nameless ocean was now called the Dark Ocean by the world, because that was where the Dark Lord currently resided. The Dark Ocean was the only place next to the dark forest where the sun didn't shine. It's always dark there. What did you learn? Asked Alicia. The group around her was the best of the best among the Hunter Guardians. Alicia sent them to learn about the Dark Lord's operations in the southern continent. The Dark Lord is building something on his floating mountain. He's been pouring resources and men into the construction. Judging by what we saw, I'd say he's building a castle for himself. How is he keeping the mountain afloat inside the void line? Asked Norvin. No idea. A Hunter Guardian shook his head. What else? Asked Alicia. According to the spies I placed in the southern continent, no one has seen him since Ithalin. If I have to guess, he'd be in the mountain. What are our chances if we are to attack the mountain now? Asked Norvin. Not great at all. The Hunter Guardian slowly shook his head. The mountain has 3 layers of defense as far as we have learned. The first and obvious one is located inside the void line. Second, the lightning storm around the mountain. Besides, the tsunami waves and tornadoes will make reaching the mountain impossible. Third, the dark figures flying around the mountain. They constantly guard the mountain. We cannot gauge their strengths, but if we have learned anything about the Dark Lord, he doesn't have weaklings under him. Alicia and Noah listened to the Guardian in silence. Where does he get the materials to build his castle from? Can we place a Guardian as a builder? Asked Norvin. The Guardian sighed as he flicked his wrist. Soon, a skull appeared on the table. Already tried that, and this is what's left of the 5 men I sent to spy on the Dark Lord. So he knows about you? Asked Norvin. If I was him, I'd know the Guardians will always try to hunt me down. It doesn't matter whether he knows about the spies or not, Alicia said. We need to know more about him to get ahead of him. He puts us in a corner because he always knows more than he should. Alicia banged the stone table and turned her cold gaze toward Noah. We should have killed him when we had the chance. Calm down, Alicia. We didn't know Ghost was the Dark Lord. Also, we don't kill people. There'd be no difference between him and us if we go down that path. If you think we can deal with the Dark Lord without killing people, you are not right in the head. He slaughtered our men and sunk an entire island to the bottom of the ocean. The families didn't even get to put a body into the ground. This will end in only one way, the death of the Dark Lord, Alicia coldly said to Norvin. They all turned their gazes toward Noah, who remained silent. Noah, Alicia said. You have something to say. P1E's visit N0V1B in. NET Noah sighed. There is no use trying to reach his mountain. Putting a spy into the mountain is like sending them to their death. The Dark Lord will find out, said Noah. So what should we do? Asked Norvin. The best thing we can do now is target his underlings. We need to know more about his order. Turn your focus on his order. I am sure if you find a small rat, it'll lead you to its hole, Noah ordered the Guardian. You can take whatever you need from the armory. I am working on an efficient way to communicate with you through the void line. If it's successful, we can talk in real time. After dismissing the Guardians, Noah waved his hand as a throne appeared behind him. He collapsed down sighing. He felt tired and exhausted. It had been weeks since he got a good night's sleep. Alicia came to him and helped him remove the armor pieces. You should take some rest, Noah. What if we go somewhere for a day or two? Asked Alicia. That does sound good, but I can't. I have too many things to deal with. You do know that the Supreme Guardian is allowed to take time off? You cannot be a no-show at Catherine's baby shower. Even Rowena is coming. Your entire family will be there. At least we can go there as a family. I am sorry, Alicia, said Noah. Alicia was surprised. Why? I am sorry I postponed our marriage. Noah's tone became soft. He took Alicia's arms and squeezed them gently. You don't have to be sorry, Noah. I know the pressure on you. We will get through this, I promise. Chapter 754. Scheming against the Dark Lord in Royal Land. The evening sun cast long shadows on the kingdom. The slanting rays of the setting sun gave a warm orange tinge to the sky. The sky was ablaze with the fire of the setting sun. Bright city lights dazzled under the evening sky, adding an extra layer of charm to the capital. The pale crescent moon slowly rose in the sky like a silvery claw. The stars blanketed the sky, stretching to infinity. The occasional barking of faraway dogs and howling wolves broke the silence of the night. It was just another day for everyone in the Royal Land capital, except for Lord Edmund Wright. He was excited to wipe out the Bradley family from the face of the world. After the Guardian Guild shut down the majestic alchemy chain and interrogated Lord Malin about his relationship with Ghost, many of the nobles used this as an excuse to cut ties with the Bradley family. Hence, the Bradley family lost most of their security contracts, which made the family slowly decline. Lord Edmund Wright led this surgical attack on the Bradley family from the front. He poached almost all the Bradley family's contracts. If that wasn't enough, Edmund wanted to take over the Bradley family compound and kill them all. Inside the Edmund family compound, Edmund Wright sat behind a long oak table. He stared at the mirror in front of him. A face with long red hair, hazel eyes, and an oval face stared back at him. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. He opened up a scroll before him with all the attack plans written on it. Roger. Edmund called his personal guard, a soul-refining stage warrior. A golden-haired knight armed to the teeth entered the room and knelt down. My lord. Are our men ready? Asked Edmund. They are waiting for your orders, my lord, said Roger. Lord Edmund grinned from ear to ear. He felt invincible. The Wright family had always been the bottom feeders in Royal Land. Thanks to the Dark Lord and the Guardian Guild, he was able to use the Bradley family's hurdle to increase the Wright family's power. He received instructions and financial aid to take out the Bradley family from a secret group of wealthy merchants. Under Noah's leadership, the Guardian Guild stopped all the backdoor dealings and off-the-books operations. He also removed corrupted merchants who used to be the biggest donors of the guild. These merchants formed a cult-like group to fight the Dark Lord in their own twisted way. Lord Edmund was just their pawn. Although he knew he was a pawn, he didn't mind being a pawn as far as his family could benefit. Since Lord Edmund planned everything in complete secrecy, the Bradley family had no idea about the upcoming attack. At least, that's what Lord Edmund thought. Let's begin then. Lord Edmund rose from his chair with a burst of laughter. Bring the men here. I want to say some motivational words to them, said Lord Edmund. He always dreamt of leading an army in a war. Unfortunately, he hadn't gotten a chance to do so. He thought of himself as a great general. He spent day and night preparing a speech for his men, so he wanted to deliver his prepared speech before they departed. As you wish, my lord. Roger bowed once again and left the room to bring the men here. Roger recruited adventurers as well as powerful mercenaries to aid them in the attack against the Bradley family, in addition to their own men. Lord Edmund took a few steps. He watched the city outside through his window. Looking at the sky darkening, he thought of the Dark Lord for some reason. Ever since the Dark Lord destroyed Ithelin, the darkness symbolized the Dark Lord. Although the people and the nobles went with their lives as usual, they all feared the Dark Lord deep down. Only a few, like Lord Edmund, dared to work against the people who helped Ghost in the dark. Tomorrow, mumbled Lord Edmund. His ambition of being the leader of the most powerful family in the Royal Land was so close. He could taste his victory in the air. Because the Bradley family helped Ghost before his big reveal, no one would investigate their disappearance too much. Even if they did, it was the problem of the people who instructed and financially aided Edmund. Lord Edmund entered into a short dream where he sat atop all the nobles in the Royal Land. He was even getting a warm welcome into the castle from Queen Aimar and King Kramer. His dream was abruptly interrupted by the flickering chandelier. Edmund creased his brows with annoyance. He turned around as the chandelier kept flickering. My lord. Roger knocked on the door from outside. Come in. Edmund adjusted his robes to give his speech. The chandelier stopped flickering for a moment as Roger entered the room with men wearing dark robes to cover their bodies completely. Suddenly, the chandelier went out and came back again. In that split second, Lord Edmund could swear he saw a girl in the corner. He shook his head to clear his mind. He looked around the room. "Is everything all right, my lord?" asked Roger. "Before you go, tell someone to fix this damn light," Edmund growled. Lord Edmund took a deep breath. He was about to start his speech when the chandelier went off again. Everything became dark. "Fucking fuck," Lord Edmund growled. He thought the light would return, but it didn't. Roger and his men had a bad feeling about the sudden darkness. Roger quickly flicked his wrist, conjuring a fireball in his hand. As soon as the flames appeared above Roger's hand, Edmund's eyes went wide. His heart skipped a beat as he saw someone standing behind Roger. "Roger!" Edmund shouted to warn Roger. However, it was too late. The dark figure standing behind Roger plunged a dagger right into his throat. The others were startled by the splash of blood gushing out of Roger's neck. Edmund panicked as dark figures appeared one by one behind his men. They cut their throats before they could even react. The men groaned, clutching their throats. When they hit the ground, the air reeked of blood. The fireball above Roger's hands slowly faded away, letting the darkness envelop the room once again. Edmund wanted to shout for his men, yet no words came out of his mouth. He was too stunned. When he managed to find his voice, he felt something cold against his throat. "Shout and it'll cut open your throat." Edmund heard a chilling voice of a girl. His whole body trembled. The girl behind him forced him to sit back on his chair. Edmund heard the curtains closing. The blade was still against his throat. He still couldn't believe the strongest man he had was slaughtered in front of him in a blink of an eye. Silence fell over the room. A few moments later, Edmund heard a chair creaking. He could tell someone had sat before him. The next moment, he heard a snapping as the chandelier returned to life, bringing light to the room. When the light came back, Edmund saw a young man wearing exquisite black armor with a skull engraving on the chest sitting before him. The dark-robed figures stood around the room, covering their faces with dark hoods. These figures wore different black armor with the same skull engraving on their chests. The young man had shoulder-length black hair, a stubble beard, and a small cut on his left cheek. He signaled the girl behind Edmund to move the dagger away from his throat. "Who are you?" Edmund stuttered. He knew who these people might be judging by their armor, yet Edmund's mind refused to believe it. He desperately wanted them to be someone else. "Congratulations, Edmund. You successfully drew the Dark Lord's attention," said the young man. Edmund's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he heard the name of the Dark Lord. "No, no, no, no." Edmund's eyes watered. He mumbled repeatedly, "Please forgive me." Edmund banged his head against the table to apologize. The entire world knew the result of going against the Dark Lord. A year ago, he destroyed an entire kingdom and slaughtered hundreds of guardians, including immortals. The world hadn't forgotten that day. Hence, the people called it the Black Day. The moment Edmund decided to go against the Bradley family, he enforced several powerful runes, arrays, and defense mechanisms around his manor. He even spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to recruit powerful guards to guard the compound. Yet, the Dark Lord's men reached his room without raising a single alarm or tripping an array. "Did you know the Bradley family helped the Dark Lord and were his allies?" asked the young man. This young man was none other than Ricky. Despite Michael's real identity, Daniel and Ricky followed him to the southern continent without a second thought. They did not give a damn about what the world said about the Dark Lord. Instead, they remained loyal as ever to Michael. Ricky and Daniel moved their families to Giselle without anyone knowing with Gaia's help. Ever since then, they've been helping the Dark Lord as they always did. Unfortunately, Ricky's choice to follow Michael costs him his love. The current Ricky was more ruthless, powerful, and loyal to the Dark Lord than the Ricky, who served as the gate guard in the river town. His loyalty earned Ricky a spot in the Dark Lord's close circle. Soon, Ricky would be officially initiated into the order along with Daniel. Hearing Ricky's question, Edmund remained silent. He shivered, trying to find words. "So what made you go against the Dark Lord's allies? Did you wake up one day and say to yourself, 'Damn, I really hate this life, so I should end my pathetic life'?" asked Ricky. Please, please don't kill me. They forced me to do this. P1Es visit N0VE1B in. Anywho? The Silver Order? Asked Ricky. According to Arya and Sadie, a group of people who call themselves the Silver Order have been working against the Dark Lord in the Elon continent. It was Arya who tipped Ricky about Edmund's connection with the Order, as soon as Edmund started to steal the Bradley family's clients. Poor Edmund did not know that the Bradley family's head Lord Malin had sworn his allegiance to the Dark Lord and joined the Order of Death. To the outside world, the Bradley family was slowly declining, but in reality, Lord Malin had been helping the Dark Lord in secret using his family's resources. Yes, Edmund did not know they were called the Silver Order, yet he bobbed his head up and down to save his own life. Now, how should we deal with you? Ricky slowly unsheathed a black dagger. Chapter 755. Result of scheming against the Dark Lord. Ricky slid the dagger toward Edmund. You have two choices. You can take the dagger and kill yourself. If you do that, we will leave your family alone. Your brother will take over the family. He is not as stupid as you. Your family will continue to live and even prosper under his leadership. Your family will mourn your death every year. And you'll go as the greatest leader of the right family, said Ricky. Edmund shivered. Yet no words came out of his mouth. Each black-robed figure had a murderous glimmer in their eyes under the cloak. Or you can take the dagger and try to fight for your life. In that case, we will kill you and slaughter the strongest in your family. Your family and women will be vulnerable. Your allies will turn into rivals. They will come to pick the flesh off the bones. Your women will be ravished and sold to the slave traders. Your kids will be orphans and forced to beg for a scrap of food. You will go down in history as the last leader of the right family, Ricky slowly said. You have 5 seconds to make your choice. Ricky leaned back on his chair. Edmund stared back and forth between the dagger and Ricky. 1, 2, Ricky began counting. Edmund slowly picked up the dagger. He had to make a choice for the sake of his family. At that moment, Edmund regretted everything. If he could travel back in time, he would slap the hell out of the person who roped him into going against the Bradley family. There was no fighting against the young man and the dark-robed figures around him. He was at the core formation stage, while each black-robed figure was at the soul refining stage. Any one of them could kill him without breaking a sweat. This group could indeed slaughter all the strongest men in his family. Judging by the young man's look, Edmund could tell he wasn't kidding. 3, 4, Edmund placed the dagger against his throat. Tears rolled out of his eyes. He didn't beg for mercy as he wanted to die with the dignity of a leader. Before Ricky could count to 5, Edmund slashed his own throat. Blood splashed across the table. Edmund's body quivered violently for a few moments before finally coming to a halt. Edmund fell on his table with blood oozing out of his throat. Ricky took a dark cloth from his pockets, wiping off the drops of blood from his face. Good choice, said Ricky. He then looked over his shoulder at one of the black-robed figures. Bring him in, said Ricky. The black-robed figure exited the room and returned to the room with a red-haired man who shared some features with Edmund. He was none other than Edmund's younger brother, Norden. He didn't react like he saw his brother's body just now. On the contrary, Norden watched everything that had transpired, from Ricky's arrival to Edmund's suicide. Ricky walked back to Normand, forcing him to sit on the chair he was sitting on a few moments ago. Ricky grabbed Norden's hair and made him watch Edmund's dead body. You know your brother is lucky. We gave him a choice. But you. Ricky patted Norden's head a couple of times. You are not so much. If you fuck this up, we won't give you a choice but make everything that your brother didn't want happen. Norden's face lost its color. He shivered. And also, you serve the Dark Lord from now on. You want to serve the Dark Lord, right? Asked Ricky. He slowly ran his finger across Norden's neck, pretending to cut his throat open. In utter fear, Norden bobbed his head up and down. His life was more important compared to the Guardian Guild's rule. Yes, I will serve the Dark Lord with every fiber in my body, Norden said. Good answer. Ricky patted Norden on the shoulder. I expect this amount of gold every month. Ruiki took out a scroll and handed it over to Norden. One of my men will come and pick it up. Ricky made his way toward the door, leaving Norden behind. And Norden, before opening the door. Ricky looked over his shoulder at Norton. "We'll be watching you. So no funny business with the Guardian Guild," Ricky said and left the room. After leaving the Wright family compound, Ricky flew straight to Aragoth. He dismissed Arius' assassins as he wanted to be alone. Aragoth was located amidst the captivating mountain chain. Lush forests, misty cliffs, and majestic waterfalls were just a glimmer of beauty that Aragoth had to offer. Under the sparkling blue moon in the dark sky, Aragoth Academy buzzed with life. Ricky landed on a tall mountain cliff from where he could watch a 3-story building. The building's top floor was roofless. When Ricky landed on the mountain cliff, several runes glowed for a few moments before dating away on the ground. Elidar's runes deactivated the defense runes so no one would be alerted of Ricky's presence. After Michael announced himself as the Dark Lord, almost every sect, academy, noble family and organization enhanced their defenses with the help of the Guardian Guild. It forced Elidar to form his own group of runemasters to actively work on deactivating these runes. Even though Elidar was a 6-star runemaster, it was difficult for him to face dozens of 6-star runemasters of the Great 8 clans. Under the moonlight, Ricky saw Olivia meditating on the 3rd floor. His heart ached to see his love of life alone. He was so close to marrying her when he had to choose between Olivia and the Dark Lord. As much as he loved Olivia, he knew that he was nothing without Ghost. Ricky's loyalty outweighed his love for Olivia. Ricky sat on the mountain cliff, looking at Olivia from a safe distance. Olivia opened her eyes as though she had sensed someone watching her. She looked left and right, but Ricky was far away from her eyes could see. Plus, Ricky blended perfectly with the darkness thanks to his dark armor. "Come with me, Olivia." "To where?" "Ricky, please listen to me. If you go with him, they will hunt you down for the rest of your life. He will take care of us, Olivia, just as he always does. He deceived us, Ricky. Don't you see that? Stay with me, Ricky. We are supposed to stay together." "We will. Just come with me to the southern continent. The portal is about to open, please. Loyalty or love? You can't have both, Ricky. Don't make me choose, Olivia." The memories of Ricky's last conversation with Olivia flashed across his mind. He remembered everything vividly. Even if Ricky was sent back in time, he would make the same choice. Some days, he got mad at Olivia for making him choose between her and the Dark Lord. She was Ghost's disciple for a year. Ricky wondered what made Olivia believe what the Guardians were saying about the Dark Lord. If it wasn't for Ghost, she wouldn't have reached the 5-star alchemist level. Her fame, talents, skills, and everything came from Ghost. Yet Olivia threw everything away without a second thought. Despite everything, Ricky still loved Olivia. Seeing her, his anger toward her faded away. He couldn't help but remember the good memories he had with her. It put a smile on Ricky's face. He had seen countless beauties in the southern continent and the army of the Dark Lord. Yet no one replaced Olivia's place in Ricky's heart. His whole family nagged him to marry someone else, but Ricky outright refused to even think about another girl. Ricky's deep love for Olivia and sadness in his heart put a knot in his cultivation path. Otherwise, he would have hit the fusion stage like most of the Dark Lord's subordinates. Ricky watched Olivia talking to a few nobles. After the Guardians shut down the majestic chains, they tried to recruit Olivia to produce potions and pills for them. However, Olivia refused to play any role in the war between the Dark Lord and the Guardian Guild. Even if she joined the Guardians, Ricky didn't think the Dark Lord would mind. He was at a point where he didn't need a potion or pill. A hall filled with arrays and contraptions refined pills and potions for the Dark Lord's army, instead of alchemists. Olivia was about to leave the building when she turned around. She still had the feeling that someone was watching her. Seeing Oliva's reluctance to leave the building, Ricky stood up. He knew it was time for him to leave. He would be in trouble with the Dark Queen if someone found him. He took a deep breath, standing up. "Goodbye, Olivia." Ricky had a smile filled with pain and grief. He slowly ascended to the sky before disappearing into the clouds. After leaving the mountain, Ricky headed for the secret portal connecting Elon continent to the southern continent. Only those who were close to the Dark Lord knew the existence of these portals. These portals were the reason why Ricky and the Dark Lord's people could travel between the Dark Ocean and other continents without alerting the Guardians. While Ricky was flying toward the forest near the river town, He heard Daniel's voice in his head. "Where are you? Are you all right?" asked Daniel. "Yeah. I am on my way to the portal." "Something happened?" asked Ricky. "Damn it, Ricky. Did you forget? The Dark Lord will return to the castle soon. We need to finish things up here." "Shit, I almost forgot." Ricky smacked himself on the head. "Are you at Aragoth again?" Ricky was startled by Daniel's sudden question. "No," Ricky refused. "You know Azazel can see you wherever you are, right?" Ricky did not respond as he knew Daniel was right. "Don't get into trouble, Ricky. Come here as fast as you can," said Daniel. Ricky hastened his pace. It had been a year since they saw the Dark Lord. According to Azazel, he would return to the castle soon. Therefore, the entire castle and all of the subordinates were under pressure to meet the Dark Lord after such a long time. Chapter 756. Return of the Queen. While Ricky was heading for the Dark Ocean, two giant trolls were rampaging through an empty, barren land. One could see nothing but barren land except the two trolls. One troll was icy blue that stood 12 feet tall, while the second was red and stood at least 15 feet tall. These trolls sported a set of large tusks on the edge of their faces. Each troll had a big and heavy stone totem engraved with a rune that granted it a specific elemental power. The blue one, for example, had a totem that granted it ice elemental power. In stark contrast, the red troll's totem granted it elemental firepower. Despite their elemental differences, the trolls had a common enemy and glazing anger within their eyes. The ground contained several crates due to the trolls hitting the ground with their heavy totems. Of course, they missed their targets. Otherwise, the trolls wouldn't be roaring and swinging their totems left and right. With their gigantic bodies and half-immortal stage cultivation, these trolls could reduce any kingdom in Elon to the ground. Fortunately, these trolls were trapped within a pocket dimension. "Is that all you got, you fucking ugly pieces of shit?" At that moment, an annoyed voice echoed through the barren land. The trolls roared in anger as though they had understood the meaning of those words. A young woman clad in shiny black armor with a skull engraved on the chest descended to the ground. Her armor glistened under the starry sky. One could see runes radiating a dim light on her armor. A dark skull mask covered her face, but a few strands of raven black hair escaped the mask and flowed down on her shoulder. A long black scythe dangled on her back, while she held a crimson-red spear in her hand. Her long black coat covering the shiny armor fluttered in the wind. The trolls roared, looking at the young woman. They banged the ground with their totems to vent their anger. The girl slowly removed the skull masking, revealing her angelic face. She was none other than Gaia herself without wearing the mask of Elia. It had been a year since she wore that mask. For the last 11 months, she had been going in and out of this pocket dimension, searching for the Dark Lord's armor piece. She hoped she was getting close to the armor piece. She cursed the past Dark Lord for filling this dimension with all kinds of weird yet powerful enemies. Without the teleportation scrolls proved to her by the Dark Lord, she couldn't have reached this point. Gaia closed her eyes for a moment as the golden spear turned jade. The spear let out a sizzling noise, reacting with her poison. Gaia threw the poison-covered spear at the blue troll. The spear soared through the air. The troll swung the totem in its hand to deflect the spear, yet it was too slow. The spear hit the troll in the chest. Grghhh. The troll roared. Meanwhile, the red troll opened its mouth, breathing fire like a dragon. Gaia simply raised her hand, summoning a jade shield around her. The fire brushed past the shield. She slowly walked toward the fire-breathing troll. The blue troll was too focused on pulling out the spear stuck into its chest. Arg! The fire troll roared. It raised the totem high in the air to bring it straight down upon Gaia. When the totem was just a few inches away from her head, she dashed at the troll at lightning-quick speed. The troll did not expect her to disappear suddenly. She leaped into the air. In midair, she took the scythe from her back and plunged the pointy end into the troll's neck. The troll roared as boiling hot blood splashed out of its neck. She dropped down from the troll's neck, holding the scythe tight. As a result, she cut the troll from its neck to its gut. The fire troll went berserk in pain and anger. It violently swung the totem in all directions. It kept banging the totem against the ground, sending shock wave after shock wave. Several deep cracks appeared in the ground. Gaia leaped behind to put some distance between her and the troll. Meanwhile, the blue troll finally pulled out the spear. The troll possessed enough intelligence to try to bend the spear. Gaia quickly raised her hand as a rune on the spear. The troll's eyes went wide as the spear flew out of its hands. Gaia jumped onto the spear and used it as a hoverboard to reach the blue troll. Both the trolls retaliated by breathing ice and fire at Gaia. The stream of ice and fire produced a vapor hot enough to melt iron blocks. Gaia leaped higher in the air, escaping the hot steam. When she was right above the trolls' heads, she waved her hands as a cloud of thick green mist covered the trolls. The trolls breathed in the poisonous air. Soon they began to cough, which sounded like explosions. The trolls couldn't breathe. They coughed to the point their movements became wobbly. But to Gaia's shock, the fire-breathing troll stomped the ground with enough force to create sparks. The sparks met with the poisonous cloud, resulting in an explosion. At that exact moment, the blue troll breathed cold ice, creating a shield around the red troll and itself. I hate when they use their heads. Gaia rolled her eyes. After the explosion, the green mist vanished into thin air. Gaia landed almost 10 meters away from the two trolls. The two trolls rubbed the ground with their feet, threatening to dash at Gaia. She cracked her neck. The next moment, she tossed the spear and the scythe to the ground. The trolls were slightly surprised. After throwing away her weapons, she rolled up her sleeves. Up to this moment, she was going easy on the trolls. But that was about to change. Looking at the trolls, she decided to use her new spells. A silvery light enveloped Gaia's wrists. Gaia dashed at the trolls, breaking the sound barrier itself. Her speed created a shock wave that formed a clear circle around where she was standing. The troll was taken aback by her speed. Compared to the trolls, her small stature made her more agile than the trolls. She leaped into the air as targeting the red troll. Both the trolls swung their totems left and right, but Gaia swayed her body to the side, easily avoiding the totems. She raised both her hands toward the red troll as a silvery energy beam shot out of her hand. A bright light flashed across the barren lands, making the trolls go blind temporarily. The beam went straight through the totem and penetrated the troll's chest. The troll groaned, collapsing down. Gaia somersaulted in midair before landing on the troll's shoulder. The troll quickly reacted by trying to swat her like an insect. However, Gaia moved easily behind its neck. She then placed her hands on the troll's ear, firing another blast of energy beam. The troll's roar echoed through the barren lands. Anyone could tell how much pain the troll was in by its roar. Gaia did not show any mercy. She fired another energy beam, but this time, she aimed at the blue troll through the hole in the red troll's head. The beam hit the blue troll before it could hit Gaia with the totem. Instead, the energy beam hit the blue troll's totem. As a result, it lost the totem as well as its balance. Gaia quickly reached out for the scythe as it flew straight back into her hands. She swung the scythe with enough force to cleave the troll's head right off its shoulder. Hot blood splashed across the ground and on her face. The troll's body twitched uncontrollably. Seeing the troll's death, the other roared with fury. Its eyes lit up with icy blue energy. Its power shot through the roof. Within a few seconds, the troll went from half-immortal stage level 2 to level 5, which meant the troll had become 3 levels stronger than Gaia. The troll's sudden power-up did not surprise Gaia. She was prepared to face it. She was about to fight the blue troll, when an ethereal cobra, made of crimson-red energy, descended from the sky. The troll was completely off guard. The snake was several times bigger and more powerful than the troll. To Gaia's shock, the snake coiled around the troll, making the troll roar in agony. The snake slowly squeezed the troll as it started to puke blood. Blood and guts gushed out of its body. Little by little, the troll lost its life to a gruesome death. Finally, the light of life faded away from its eyes. When the snake faded away from existence, the troll turned into a bloody mashed pulp. The air reeked of its blood and guts. Gaia rolled her eyes. She swung the scythe to remove the blood on its blade. I had that under control. Gaia raised her voice. For a few moments she heard nothing. Silence fell over them until a gentle yet dominant voice answered Gaia. You were taking too much time, said the voice. Gaia slowly turned around to see a woman resembling Gaia, and wearing the same armor as her descending from the sky. No, I wasn't, Mother. Gaia said with an annoyed smile. Still, Gaia didn't forget to greet Adelia with a big bear hug. Just like Ashton Kane said, Adelia revealed herself right after Michael revealed himself to the outside world. Gaia met Adelia when Michael moved the floating mountain to the southern continent. Since Michael had a cure for vampirism, he cured her without breaking a sweat with the system's help. However, no matter how many times Gaia asked, Adelia never told Gaia about her real father. To everyone's surprise, Adelia was already a half-immortal on the verge of entering the immortal stage when they met her. Ever since she joined the Dark Lord's army, Adelia had been helping the Dark Lord find the god-killing arrows. A year later, Adelia found one with the help of the Dark Lord himself. Chapter 757. City of Mvarian. Gondolin's capital Mvarian was the richest city in the entire world. This was where the Empress of Autr Nithroel Grimfield resided. The city brought shame to the starry sky with its lit-up streets, houses with golden chandeliers and various lights. From a distance, the city looked like a gem mine filled with various colors of glistening stones. The city reeked of richness. Skyscrapers littered the skyline. The golden wheat field blanketed the land outside the city walls like a golden blanket. Farmer villagers were built within the wheat fields, and these villages made some cities in Elon look like villages. Streets connecting each village and avenues inside the city walls were paved with glistening white stones, giving the pavement a look of a diamond. The city was extremely clean. One would fail to see a single piece of trash on the street. Even the alleyways between two buildings had glowing streetlights to prevent unwanted crimes. Anyone who hadn't visited Mvarian would immediately feel like they stepped onto a fairyland because of its surroundings. The north, west, east, and south had a snowy mountain, a lake surrounded by lush forest, waterfalls, and flower fields, respectively. Elves had the majority in Mvarian, but that didn't mean the city had fewer other races of people. On the contrary, the entire Gondolin thrived because of its multi-ethnicity culture. Especially in Mvarian, where one could see almost every race walking down the streets peacefully. Even the dark elves and the elves lived in harmony in Gondolin, thanks to the Empress' firm yet fair rule. The city was littered with architectural marvels. There was a grand structural marvel every 2 avenues. For instance, the Empress built a lotus-shaped building that stood 200 meters tall just for the farmers to sell their produce without needing a middleman. This building would open 2 times a month for the farmers. The Empress charged no tax whatsoever for the farmers who sold their produce in the farmers' market. Another example of an architectural marvel was a building built in the shape of a longsword. This building was one of the tallest buildings in the entire world. The building was 300 meters tall from the hilt to the pointy end. But all these buildings were nowhere close to the majestic castle at the city's edge. The castle was built overlooking the entire city atop a man-made hill. Countless broad, round towers dwarfed everything below them. Walls made of slightly glistening white stones, and these walls connected every tower. These walls contained neatly scattered windows and holes for archers and artillery. Even the tallest buildings in the city looked tiny in front of the castle. Granted, there were a few grand big castles in R, but this castle would still be bigger and grander than all of them combined. The castle contained several portals to travel from one place to another in the castle, because it was too damn big. Without a magically enhanced map and a special rune, a newcomer to the castle would surely lose their way. On top of its majestic architecture, no one had besieged the castle since it was built almost 5,000 years ago. More accurately, no one had tried and lived to tell tales. Every day people would just line up to meet the Empress. Despite her busy schedule, the Empress allocated 3 hours to meet her subjects to hear their hardships if they had any. She was the most beloved Empress of all time. People just adored and worshipped her as a goddess. Unfortunately, the people had to wait for a few days as the Empress left the kingdom to meet with the Supreme Guardian in a secret location. Because of her visit, she missed the annual alchemy competition that's happening in the capital. The last alchemy competition ended up with no winner. Instead, they were attacked by the vampires. It was a black day in the alchemy world. Almost half the alchemists were wiped out by the vampires that day. Only a few survived, thanks to Noah Winston, the current Supreme Guardian. After Ghost revealed himself as the Dark Lord, Many theorized that he orchestrated the attack on the alchemist competition from the beginning. The world turned everything Ghost did into an evil, messed-up story. The worst thing was that the world believed everything because the Guardian Guild before Noah took over ensured the people believed everything. However, Noah put a full stop to false stories. The alchemy competition was held in a building made of jade glass. The building resembled a lotus. Each petal had shops, homes for the rich, and halls. Since the alchemy competition attracted thousands of people, the committee decided to hold the event in the center, where even 100,000 people could comfortably sit and enjoy the event. Today was the second day of the competition. The rules and format of the competition did not change, but the judges did. Last time, they invited Ghost, Adovan, Gabriel, and Hendrix Gardner as the judges. Obviously, they couldn't invite Ghost this time. So in his stead, they invited the current youngest 5-star alchemist in Elon Continent, Olivia Palmer. Hendrix Gardner and Aishan accompanied Olivia Palmer on the stage. Hundreds of fledgling alchemists occupied the stage below them. Since they weren't as experienced as the alchemist who died last year, the competition committee decided to give relatively easier formulas. The front-runners of the competition were Leylon Icarus, Gabriel's disciple, Jennifer Voldegard, and Elmer Genrick, an elf from the prestigious Genrick family in Gondolin. After a year of rigorous practice, Leylon and Jennifer had almost reached the 4-star level. Everyone in the arena was focused on Jennifer and Leylon. Although Elmer performed well enough to reach 3rd place, his technique and purity level did not earn him people's confidence. The elves cheered for Elmer since he was their kind, but they did not have any hopes for him to win the competition. This time, I'll honor my teacher by winning this competition, said Leylon, standing on the field next to Jennifer. Last time, the competition was rigged. I was robbed of my 1st place, Leylon complained. The hall had an array to prevent the cheers and outside noise from the spectators from reaching the competitors. However, if the crowd was silent, they could hear any sound from the field. Unfortunately, they were still buzzing as they failed to hear Leylon's words. Jennifer tried to remain calm. Even though she was a clone of the Sky Hall, she had her own thoughts and feelings. Hence, she felt annoyed by Leylon's constant nagging. We both knew Noah was winning last year, said Jennifer. She glanced at Elmer for his thoughts, but the elf was busy cleaning his jade table. Sorry, I didn't know that. But hey, I also knew your sister was working for the Dark Lord, snickered Leylon. Eve Voldegard was one of the people who followed Ghost to the southern continent despite what the world said about him. Because of Eve's decision to follow the Dark Lord, the Voldegards were forced to disown Eve. As far as the Guardians were concerned, she was a criminal for following Michael. Noah did not punish the Voldegards for Eve's choice. However, they were secretly monitoring the Voldegard family. Don't talk about my sister, Jennifer gritted her teeth. Not that Leylon's words angered Jennifer, but if the real Jennifer was here, she would have gotten angry. Thus, the clone did the same to play her role correctly. What was the committee thinking when they decided to allow you to compete? Leylon growled. Why do you care since you are so sure about winning the competition? Jennifer replied. Humph, Leylon snickered. On the other hand, Elmer remained silent without putting his nose into their conversation. Instead, he cleaned the jade table spotless as though he hated dust on his table more than anything. The jade table reflected his clean-shaven face with blue eyes, a square jaw, and striking golden hair. Elmer was not a talkative type. Since the competition had started, he barely spoke. Finally, the crowd became silent when the bell rang. Everyone quickly shut their mouths as the alchemists' bodies tensed. They all looked at the judges. Aishan rose from his chair and made his way to the edge. He glanced over the field with the alchemists. It's my honor to welcome you all to the second day of the competition. Once again, I have to thank Her Imperial Majesty for providing us with such an exquisite venue and protection. We couldn't have done this without Her Imperial Majesty's aid, especially what happened last year. As before, please mourn for the lost ones for a minute in silence, please. The crowd rose from their chairs to pay their respect to the alchemists and people who lost their lives at the competition last year. Silence swept across the arena. The people closed their eyes, lowering their heads. Thank you. Aishan's words broke the silence. Without a further ado, Let us begin the second stage of the competition. To start it, I'd like to welcome the youngster 5-star alchemist in the Elon continent, and the head of alchemy in Aragoth, Miss Olivia Palmer. As soon as Aishan united Olivia to the front, an awkward silence occupied the arena. Few mumbled something under their breath. Everyone stared at Olivia with different looks. Some admired Olivia for not following the Dark Lord, while some had hostile looks as they thought she supported the Dark Lord in the shadows. Olivia was used to their gazes. She took a deep breath and walked to Aishan's side. "Thank you for your good words, Lord Aishan. But I must remind the world that I am not the youngest 5-star alchemist." "We all know who the youngest is." People gasped in shock. They couldn't believe the guts of Olivia to speak such words. Even Aishan and Hendrix were startled by her words. "All I wanted to say is, do not let the past and one person's actions pollute the beautiful world of alchemy," Olivia calmly said. "Your challenge for the second round is you have to brew the Lucid Dreams potion in under 2 hours. To help you brew it, you will receive the recipe and 3 batches of ingredients." As the competition began, several people were on their way to kidnap someone important. These figures were using the forest outside the city as their cover. With their black armor, they perfectly blended with the environment. The competition was really cursed as it attracted the wrong crowd for the second time. Chapter 758. Yet another alchemy competition. Lucid Dreams potion was just a standard 2-star level potion. However, it contains several intricate, complex steps to brew it without the cauldron exploding on an alchemist's face. Rich noble kids consumed this potion as a kind of drug to have a dream of their desire. Elmer noticed 3 batches of ingredients materializing on his table. Each batch contained 1 sprinkle of sweet aniseed, 1 tablespoon of snowy clove, 6 bits of sun shiso, 4 teaspoons of winter seed, and 1 cup of knot petal. "Piece of cake," Leylon snickered. As the last disciple of Gabriel, he could brew such a simple potion in his sleep. Every challenge Leylon tackled boosted his confidence to another level. In Leylon's excitement, he failed to notice Elmer's strange, amused smile. The smile disappeared as fast as it appeared. "Beat the sweet aniseed as you do with your enemies and put the result in a container," Leylon mumbled under his breath. He didn't even look at the recipe scroll. "Add a sprinkle of liquid ice to turn it into messy water. Then add the snowy clove all at once, and make sure you don't leave any remnants." Leylon continued to work his magic on the ingredients. Despite being a clone, Jennifer was extremely well-versed in alchemy. She was slower than Leylon but so much faster than Elmer. Fill the cauldron with unsalted seawater, add the mixture and bring it to a boil, freeze it, and bring it to a simmer. Let it reduce by half before adding the sun shiso and winter seed. Mix both together first, then add all at once. While Leylon was brewing the potion, a tinge of sorrow rose in Olivia's heart. A year ago, she was beside Ghost, her teacher, and watched the competition. She still couldn't believe her teacher was the Dark Lord the entire world was afraid of. When she thought about Ghost, she had nothing but pleasant memories. Without him, she couldn't have reached her current state. Every day, she asked herself whether he really helped her or used her for his own benefit. Unlike Ricky, she couldn't drop everything and follow the Dark Lord to be a criminal wanted for the rest of her life. For some strange reason, she felt Ghost was watching her from somewhere in this arena. But she quickly dispelled the feelings as the arena was protected with all kinds of defense arrays and runes. It was impossible for the Dark Lord to step into the arena. Little did she know that the Dark Lord was in the arena and closer to her than she thought. "Are you all right, Miss Palmer? You look a bit worried," asked Hendrix Gardner. He was the 6-star alchemist who almost lost his life to the vampires. The reason he was sitting here alive was Michael. Unlike Gabriel, Michael did not want Hendrix dead. "Nothing," Olivia shook her head. "You remembered him, didn't you?" Hendrix surprised Olivia with his question. "No, Lord Hendrix. Why would you say that?" Olivia creased her brows. Hendrix leaned closer to her. "Friendly piece of advice. Every coin has 2 sides," Hendrix whispered to Olivia. For a moment, she almost doubted Hendrix to be one of the Dark Lord's minions. Even if he was, Olivia had no way of knowing. But this was the first time anyone had talked about the Dark Lord without fear in their eyes. In the meantime, Leylon completed half of the process. The wide grin on his face told everything. Reheat what by now is a foul liquid, mix in the knot petal, and let everything rest for 15 minutes. You could do something else in the meantime, like laughing at how pathetic the rest of them are. Leylon laughed at Jennifer and Elmer, who hadn't even finished refining the ingredients. 2 hours flew by in a blink of an eye. As expected, Leylon had the highest purity rate, followed by Jennifer and another new alchemist. Elmer placed 6th in the ranking. He barely avoided elimination by purity. After the results, the second day of the competition ended. The judges dismissed the alchemists. Most of them stayed in the building. Instead of staying in the room allocated to him, Elmer went outside. When she stepped out, he met a silver-haired elf surrounded by knights. The elf was at the soul refining stage and radiated an aura of a born leader. There he is. Took you long enough, Elmer. The elf greeted Elmer with a stoic face. Lord Hammond. Elmer bowed deeply, showing his respect. You still in the competition? Hammond tilted his head. He was an elder in the Jenrick family, and the man who brought Elmer to the family. Apparently, Elmer said. Brother Elmer. Suddenly, 2 elven kids jumped out of the carriage behind Hammond. They were twins. One was a silver-haired boy, and another was a golden-haired girl. They were just 7 years old who loved to play with almost anyone. Voron and Eva? Elmer was surprised by the kids. Usually, these two wouldn't leave the family compound for security reasons. The kids hugged each of Elmer's thighs as Hammond sighed. I have an important task for you, Elmer. You need to get them to Jenrick family's safe house. Did you win, Brother Elmer? Nah, he lost. The kids played with Elmer. Why me? Elmer asked Hammond. Because I said so. And I must be somewhere else, said Hammond. You expect me to ride in the carriage with them? Yes. We cannot fly until we cross the border, remember? Looking at Elmer's worried face, Hammond patted him on the shoulder. Quit worrying. My guards will be with you all the time. Just take a quick nap inside, and when you wake up, you'll be at the manor. It's not like I have a choice. Elmer rolled his eyes. Come on, kids. Get inside. Elmer pulled the 2 kids away from his legs by their collars. That's the spirit. Hammond patted Elmer on the back as Elmer opened the carriage door for the kids. I will see you soon, Lord Hammond. Elmer bowed before getting inside the carriage with the kids. Hammond signaled a couple of his men to get on the carriage. Inside the carriage, Elmer sat in silence without indulging the twins in their silly games. The carriage slowly moved away from the arena, leaving Hammond and his men behind. Something felt off to Elmer. The twins were the heir of Jenrick family, yet Hammond only sent 2 guards with them. However, a bigger party might attract unwanted attraction. No one would bother to think twice about a carriage with 2 soul refiners in the Aar continent. When Elmer thought like that, Hammond's actions made sense. Elmer looked at the sky from the window. The sky was unusually cloudy as though heavy rain was due. He hoped to reach the manor before the rain. Brother Elmer, come play with us, said Voron. He climbed on Elmer's back and played with his pointy ears. Since they were kids, their ears were not as pointy as Elmer's. Instead of playing, why don't you 2 meditate? It's good for both your brains and souls, said Elmer. The kids shook their heads as Elmer expected. He let them do whatever they wanted and focused on the bustling streets. As time passed, they exited the street. The lush green field was in stark contrast to the busy streets of Mvarian. Soon, the field extended into lush forest. Everything became dark after they entered the woods. The forest was small, thick, and blooming. Its canopy was eclipsed by alder, larch, and ash, and twinkling lights bursting through their crowns allowed for a mosaic of shrubs to claim the brittle leaves on the ground below. Swooping tree limbs held onto every tree, and a range of flowers clung to any space they could find and looked almost out of place in the otherwise mundane terrain. A cacophony of beastly noises, predominantly those of insects and critters, filled the air, and were accompanied by the occasional sounds of large animals in the distance. Elmer savored the sight and silence outside. He trained himself to ignore the 2 annoying kids and focus on something else. For example, the elven rune in the Jenrick family underground vault. This particular elven rune favored the fire element. Thus, anyone who wields the rune would gain an unimaginable amount of increase in fire manipulation, which was crucial to every single alchemist. The Genric family had been protecting the rune for centuries. Only the core family members had access to this rune. Winning the alchemy competition was one way of getting access to the rune. That was one of the reasons why Elmer decided to compete in the competition. As Elmer was focusing on the passing trees, his ears twitched. "Do that again," Eva shouted excitedly. Elmer heard rustling wind and a strange howling sound. "Did you hear that?" Elmer heard the guards outside murmur. "I think we've been followed," said another guard. The two kids were too busy playing with Elmer's ears to hear the guards. "How far are we from the border?" asked a guard. "Not very far," said the marriage driver. Elmer realized something was wrong. He creased his brows. "You too." Elmer grabbed the kids by their necks as though they were his kittens. "Stay here," said Elmer. "Are we going to play hide and seek?" asked the boy. "Kinda." Soon the carriage sped up. As a result, the carriage bobbed up and down. The ride became extremely uncomfortable. Elmer grabbed his seat tight to balance himself. "We are being followed." "I see figures in the woods," said a guard. His voice had a tinge of panic. Suddenly, Elmer heard a thud. "Hey dash!" Another cry resonated in the area but was cut short abruptly. Elmer felt the carriage slowly coming to a halt. "Why are we stopping?" asked Eva. "Aren't we playing hide and seek?" asked Elmer. "Really?" The kids' faces lit up. They had been nagging Elmer to play with them since they first met. So when Elmer agreed to play, they were so excited. "Yes. I am going to close my eyes, and you are going to hide within this carriage." "Ah, where do we hide in here?" Eva complained. "I don't know, but that's the rule." "To make it a fair game, I will step outside," said Elmer. Having no choice, the kids nodded. Finally, Elmer opened the door and stepped outside the carriage. They were in the middle of nowhere. When Elmer walked to the front, he saw an arrow sticking through the driver's head. The very next moment, several figures dressed in dark armor stepped out of the shadows. Each of them was at the soul refining stage level 5. Elmer counted at least 12 of them standing around him. "The kids inside?" One of the dark-armored figures asked Elmer. "Hand them over to us and we will kill you painlessly," the figure threatened Elmer. "Michael will make his appearance in the next chapter. Stay tuned." Chapter 759. Dark Lord returns. "No can do." Elder shook his head. He wasn't going to hand over the twins to these people. He may have been cold toward the kids, and didn't like to spend time with them, but the kids adored him. His heart simply refused to give the kids to the strangers. The black-robed figures chuckled. The elf before them was just at the core formation level 1. They could kill him without breaking a sweat. Nonetheless, the black-robed figures saw no signs of fear in the elf's eyes. Elmer cracked his neck. "Kill this fool and take the kids," the black-armored man ordered one of his men, who stood a couple of meters away from Elmer. The black-armored figure unsheathed his dagger. He strolled toward Elmer playing with his dagger. The black-armored figures expected Elmer to cast a spell, or at least poise to defend himself. Contrary to their expectation, Elmer remained still. The black-armored figures thought Elmer had frozen by fear. The black-armored figure raised the dagger before plunging it onto Elmer's back. To the man's shock, the dagger shattered into pieces when he stabbed Elmer. His hand went numb. He felt like he stabbed a concrete block. The man was completely off guard. His eyes widened behind his mask. The trees in the forest swayed as an ominous feeling swept across them. They heard wolves howling in the distance. Thunder rumbled alongside the wolves. Suddenly, the black-armored figures saw Elmer's eyes turn completely black. Black bolts of lightning crackled around his body. Slowly, the area around the carriage grew darker and darker. The black-armored figures took a step back in fear. They had a bad feeling seeing the darkness around them. Elmer's expressionless face changed. Instead, a devilish grin emerged on his face. Chill ran down the black-armored men's spines. They trembled in utter fear. Suddenly, everything turned completely black for a moment. When the darkness disappeared in a flash, Elmer disappeared from their sight. The men looked around frantically. The forest once again became completely silent. "Brother Elmer, we are ready. Come find us." The playful voice of the kids cut through the ominous silence. "Keep hiding, kids. I have to clean up a few rodents." The black-armored men heard Elmer's voice echo through the forest. However, they couldn't locate him. Rodents, you. We do not want them in here, said the kids. I am sure you don't, said Elmer. The black armored figures unsheathed their weapons. A breeze of wind brushed past them. They didn't even blink. Fear crept into their hearts. Where a black armored man tried to shout, but his shout was cut short abruptly. His head exploded into red mist. The rest were startled. They had no idea what just happened. Under their shocked gazes, a thin veil of energy appeared around the carriage. He's dead. What happened? One of the men stuttered. Everyone trembled to see the blood spewing out of their friend's neck. One moment he was fine, and the next his head exploded like a watermelon. Once again, a breeze of wind brushed past them. Following the wind, another head exploded. The black armored man who stood beside the man fell down in shock. Blood splashed across his face and the ground. Yet they didn't see what just happened. One by one, heads exploded. Fuck it. Some dropped everything they had and tried to run into the woods. But a dark beam came out of nowhere and penetrated their heads. They died instantly. Only one survived the quick massacre. The one who survived tried to crawl under the carriage, but couldn't go through the energy shield. It was like an invisible wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even move an inch forward. The man's heart skipped a beat when he saw Elmer behind him. Elmer lifted up the black armored man by his neck. Who are you? The man mumbled. Elmer snatched the mask off of the man's face. After removing the dark mask, a man with a gray stubble beard and brown eyes stared at Elmer. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as Elmer's face slowly transformed. His pointy ears grew shorter, resembling human ears. The silvery hair turned black. If these weren't shocking enough, Elmer's face itself transformed into resembling someone else. The man recognized his face almost instantly. In fact, everyone in the world would recognize the face, because the Guardian Guild had posted thousands of posters worldwide with his face on. Dark Lord, the man muttered. He couldn't believe that out of all people, they actually stumbled upon the Dark Lord himself. They were actually ordered to kidnap the kids where the Dark Lord was. The man's mind went blank. Everyone in the world knew how he slaughtered hundreds of Guardians, including immortals, before he obliterated Ithilien to oblivion. What's your name? Asked Michael. Thamer, the man mumbled. It had been a year since Michael took the identity of Elmer, an elf, and infiltrated the Genric family. A lot of things have happened since he exacted revenge against Thusia. One of the major things was the system going offline. He upgraded the system from version 7 to 8. To Michael's surprise, the system required an entire year to upgrade itself. But before it went offline, the system required Michael to get his hands on the Elven rune in the Genric family, without revealing his identity for some reason. To the outside world and his minions, he disappeared and went underground. But in reality, Michael was staying with the Genric family, slowly gaining their trust and working as an amateur alchemist. Only a few knew about Michael's current identity, which included Gaia and her mother. While he was living with the Genric family, Gaia and her mother continued the search for the god-killing arrows and his armor pieces. Michael was so close to getting access to the secret vault, which was protected with all kinds of runes and arrays, that even Eladir had trouble breaking them. Since the system strictly advised Michael not to reveal himself, he didn't take the risk of letting Eladir take a crack at the arrays and the runes. Hence, Michael chose the good old ways. To be honest, Michael loved the fresh air. He let his subordinates handle everything back in the southern continent. The Guardians poured all the resources into finding him in the southern continent, while Michael lived right under their noses. Plus, he was able to get a good understanding of Aur and Empress Nithroel Grimfield. Unfortunately, because the system went offline, Michael couldn't break through to the immortal stage. Everything was going great until these assholes decided to ambush him. And the two annoying kids. Whoever sent Thamer just made it into Myceheel's kill list. You know who I am, right? Asked Michael. Thamer bobbed his head up and down. So you know what I can do to you and everyone you know and care about? Michael's eyes glimmered with killing intent. Thamer's heart skipped a beat. But I will give you a chance to avoid all that bloodshed. Answer my questions and I won't kill your loved ones. Do you understand? Thamer did not understand as Michael tightened his grip around his neck. Do you understand? Michael's voice became demonic for a moment. Yes. Thamer immediately nodded in utter fear. Who sent you? Michael asked the simple and the most obvious questions. Considering his time in the Genrick family, he could say the Genrick family had no enemies hostile enough to kidnap the twins. A criminal act like this would get them the most brutal punishment there was from the Empress herself. The Empress was kind and brutal at the same time. Her war gods would go to any lengths to find out the kidnappers and bring them to justice. These war gods were the main reason why Gondolin had so few criminals. But if someone had sent people after the twins to kidnap them despite everything, Michael wanted to know who this daredevil was. Hammond, Lord Hammond sent us. Thamer blabbered almost immediately without a second thought. The Dark Lord frightened him more than Hammond ever did. That fucking rat. It seems I am not the only one with hidden agendas in Genrick family, said Michael. Where do you plan to meet Hammond again? In a cabin not very far from here, Thamer answered Michael truthfully. Luckily for Thamer, Michael saw no signs of him lying. Otherwise, Thamer would be on the ground dead without a head. Finally, after hearing Hammond plan the ambush, Michael wanted to know why. He had a strange feeling that he could use Hammond to speed things up. Michael turned his gaze toward the carriage. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a silvery vial from his space ring. He threw the vial at the carriage as it shattered on the ground. Puffs of white smoke emerged from the broken vial and floated into the carriage. Take the kids to Hammond as you planned. If he asks about Elmer, tell Hammond you killed him. Got it. Thamer nodded frantically. Michael finally released his grip around his neck as Thamer collapsed down. He coughed several times. The rosiness slowly returned to his face. He picked himself up and slowly walked toward the carriage. When he got close, the energy shield around the carriage faded away. Go on, said Michael. Thamer opened the carriage door. To his surprise, the kids were sleeping on the couch. More accurately, they lost consciousness by inhaling Michael's knockout gas. Eventually, Thamer picked up the two kids and returned to Michael. Michael looked at the twins peacefully sleeping on Thamer's shoulder. He then took out a scroll and tore it in half. Suddenly, several runes materialized in the air. We are free to fly to the cabin, said Michael. Thamer led Michael through the woods toward Hammond's cabin. He didn't dare to utter a word or try to lose the Dark Lord. He knew messing with the Dark Lord would only lead to his death. Thamer just wanted this nightmare to end. He had already lost his men and did not want to lose his life too. On the other hand, Hammond was waiting for good news inside his cabin. Little did he know the Dark Lord was coming to greet him. Chapter 760. Dwarven Mercenaries. Michael followed Thamer through the woods. He always had doubts about Hammond. Not that Hammond showed any anger toward the Genrick family, but he obeyed every single command they issued to the last letter. It felt too good to be true to Michael. Of course, Michael ordered Arya to investigate Hammond when he had his doubts, but Arya found nothing incriminating. This was what made Michael curious about why Hammond staged an ambush. That elf was willing to sacrifice Elmer. After flying through the woods for almost 30 minutes straight, Michael noticed a wooden cabin in the middle of nowhere. The cabin perfectly blended with its natural surroundings and was almost hidden from the naked eye. Veins and moths entangled around the cabin, hiding it with their green. Since the cabin was outside the no-fly zone, Hammond was able to fly to the cabin with his men. Hence, Michael saw neither carriage nor horses outside. Go ahead. Michael gestured at Thamer to go to the cabin first. Instead of following Thamer behind, he decided to stay behind and see Hammond's true face for a change. Thamer nodded before flying straight to the cabin. Standing outside the cabin, Thamer knocked on the door. Thamer, Michael heard Hammond's voice coming from within the cabin. It's done, said Thamer. Finally, the cabin door opened. Michael stayed hidden in the woods, looking at Hammond opening the door. Michael scanned the cabin to realize Hammond had brought backup with him. But they didn't look like Hammond's personal guards from the Genrick family. These guards wore some kind of flaming armor. Moreover, they were shorter than an average human. They had long, bushy beards, messy hair and bulky arms. Simply put, they were dwarves. Moguls, Michael mumbled under his breath. The Moguls were a mercenary guild from the Dwarven Kingdom. The vilest and most ruthless dwarves exiled from their homeland formed this brutal mercenary guild that would do anything for the right price. They were like the Grim Reapers but less secretive and more ruthless. They didn't end up on Michael's radar until now. They had been escaping the war gods using the mines and mountains. To be honest, Michael was surprised to see them with Hammond. Usually, the dwarves loathed the elves. Thus, if they were working for Hammond, he must have offered them a handsome payment. There they are. Hammond licked his lips. His eyes turned predatory, looking at the twins. They are alive, right? Asked Hammond. Yes, Thamer nodded. Something's wrong. Michael heard a dwarf growl. Michael was surprised by the dwarf's perception. Following the dwarf's statement, all his buddies unsheathed their weapons. Hammond was startled by their action. What's wrong? What's happening? Asked Hammond. He had no clue why the dwarves suddenly unsheathed their weapons. Unlike the dwarves, he failed to notice the fear in Thamer's eyes. He's being blackmailed. I can see the fear in his eyes. A dwarf with a long cut across his face growled. The dwarf immediately lunged at Thamer with his battle axe. He placed the axe against Thamer's throat while Hammond quickly took the kids off Thamer's shoulders. He threw the kids on the table like they were toys. Another dwarf kicked Thamer on the knees to bring him to his knees. Instead of questioning Thamer, the dwarf just stared into his eyes. He is not himself. Someone forced him to do this, said the dwarf. Once again, the dwarves surprised Michael. Despite their lust for blood and booze, they actually showed some intellect. They didn't even believe Thamer for a minute. Just by looking into Thamer's eyes, the dwarves figure out he was forced. Michael calmly watched everything that was happening inside the cabin. We are all fucked, mumbled Thamer. Tears rolled down from Thamer's ears without his control. Thamer's tears completely dazed Hammond. He knew Thamer for years. Thamer was one of the most ruthless and heartless bastards he had ever known in his life. But he was sobbing like a little child. Thamer, what the hell are you talking about? Hammond asked Thamer. He yanked Thamer by his collar. Before Thamer could utter another word, a bright light flashed across the cabin. The dwarves were startled. Soon, a sudden gust of wind snuffed out all the candles in the cabin. Darkness fell over the room. Hammond couldn't even see his own hands before his eyes. The dwarves quickly lit the lanterns dangling on their waists. Since they traveled through dark mines, they all had lanterns to light their way. Hence, they quickly fought off the darkness with the lanterns. The lantern light dimly lit the room with a shade of orange. Hammond let go of Thamer and moved closer to the twins. Someone's here, said a dwarf. Hammond's ears twitched as he heard footsteps. The footsteps sounded louder and louder until the door creaked. Every single pair of eyes were locked onto the door. They expected someone to open the door wide open any second. As they expected, someone did open the door. In the dim light, they saw Michael walking into the cabin. The dwarf near the doorway lunged at Michael without a second thought. Only when he was in midair the dwarf recalled the face. His eyes widened in shock. But it was too late as Michael caught the dwarf by his neck in the air. The dwarf's feet quivered as he started swinging his battle axe at Michael to cut his head. Hammond heard a cracking sound as the dwarf stopped quivering in Michael's hand. The battle axe fell off the dwarf's hand and hit the ground with a loud thud. The Dark Lord, Hammond mumbled under his breath. His predatory eyes glistened with fear. The dwarves took a step back. To a man who killed immortals, killing a bunch of soul refiners was as easy as lifting a finger. The dwarves were not stupid to rush into battle head-on with the Dark Lord himself. Judging by the situation, the dwarves knew the only way to escape was through negotiation. They just hoped the Dark Lord was in the mood for talks. We can have a civilized conversation if no one pulls any stupid stunts, said Michael. Michael dusted off his arms. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled a wooden chair toward him. He turned the chair around and sat backward. The dwarves and Hammond looked tense. It was no surprise, though. One could say the dwarves were holding well. Many would have wet their pants. After the terror campaign the Guardian Guild and the Great Eight clans held against Michael, he didn't need fear toxin to scare people. The Guardians and the Great Eight clans wanted to stop people from believing in the Dark Lord or worse, worshipping him as though he was a god. The fear worked in Michael's favor. He never expected people to worship him. Instead, Michael wanted them to fear him. That was why Noah stopped the campaign to spread fear throughout the world, as he knew the Dark Lord wanted just that. Still, Noah was too late. The Guardian Guild and the Great Eight clans did a fantabulous job of scaring people. Even the criminals shivered at the mere mention of the name Dark Lord. Now let me hear why you want to kidnap those two. If I am not wrong, you should be protecting them. This doesn't seem like protecting, said Michael. Hammond felt reluctant to speak. Michael just lifted his finger as a lightning bolt shot out of his fingertips. The lightning bolt went straight through Thamer's head, instantly killing him. The dwarves jumped back in shock. Thamer wasn't weaker than any of them. If the Dark Lord could kill him with a single lightning bolt, they could only imagine what he could do when he used his full power. They realized the stories they heard about the Black Day were not at all exaggerated. In case the system hadn't gone offline for a year, Michael would have reached level 3 immortal stage. Unfortunately, he was being bottlenecked by the system. As you can see, I am not a very patient guy. So you should answer me without testing my patience, said Michael, crackling his fingers. Thamer's boy was on the ground with a big hole in his head. Blood still oozed down from the hole. His eyes were filled with terror and shock. At least he died instantly without suffering. Hearing Michael's words, Hammond gawked around the cabin. Everyone in the room knew there was no way of escaping without the Dark Lord's permission. However, Hammond couldn't reveal his story in front of these dwarves. Michael noticed his hesitation and sighed. You seem to want more privacy. That can be arranged, said Michael. When he turned his gaze at the dwarves, they realized he was about to kill them all. Fuck this and fuck you. One of the dwarves roared. He didn't want to go down without a fight. The dwarves would rather fight and die fearlessly than beg someone else for their lives. A dwarf raised his battle axe to bring down upon the Dark Lord with full force. However, his body froze as the battle axe slipped off his hand. Michael's eyes lit up. The very next moment, the dark beams shot out of his hands and bounced off from dwarf to dwarf, killing everyone except Hammond in a blink of an eye. The dwarves didn't even have the chance to defend themselves. After the dark beams disappeared as quickly as they appeared, puffs of smoke escaped Michael's eyes. One by one, the bodies hit the ground with a thud. Hammond's mind went blank. He paid 1,000,000 gold coins to the mercenaries to get them to work for him. Unfortunately, his 1,000,000 gold coins went to waste. I am not going to ask you again. Tell me why you stage an ambush and kidnap the twins, asked Michael. This time, his voice became colder and demonic. Hammond felt the pressure from the Dark Lord's piercing gaze. Having no choice, Hammond began to reveal his backstory. After hearing his full story, he just hoped the Dark Lord would understand his motives. Only Hammond knew the Genric family was not as they seemed to be. Chapter 761. The Elven Rune. Michael listened to Hammond's story in silence. The crickets and distant beasts accompanied them, along with creaking woods in the cabin. Heavy downpours accompanied Hammond's story. The droplets hit the roof, making a rhythmic noise that served as background music to Hammond's story. When Hammond finished his story, Michael felt pity for Hammond. According to Hammond, his family, once called Hamlets, protected the Great Elven Rune. The rune was passed from generation to generation. It was their sole duty to protect the Elven Rune. Apparently, there was a blessing hidden within the Elven Rune. The blessing gave whoever keeps the family healthy and prosperous. Therefore, Hamlets led a very good life in the Azer continent. Hamlet was only a child when his house leader brought his best friend 100 years ago to the Hamlet Manor. He trusted his best friend enough to reveal the existence of the Elven Rune. At that time, he did not know the Elven Rune kindled the fire of greed in his best friend's heart. A few days later, someone murdered the house head in his own manor and stole the Elven Rune. The Hamlets scoured the continent for the rune, but did not find a single clue. Years passed without the Elven Rune. The disappearance of the Elven Rune turned into a curse. One by one, the Hamlets fell sick to a strange illness and gradually lost their former glory. Once a prominent family in the continent slowly lost everything until they ceased to exist. However, before the last Hamlet, Hammond's father died. He found that his best friend visited him on the day the house leader died. P1E's visit N0V1BN. NET Hammond made his life's work to find the Elven Rune and exact revenge against those who stole the rune, resulting in his family's demise. Like vultures picking off flesh from a corpse, the rival families robbed everything the Hamlet family had. As the last and only Hamlet, Hammond was thrown into the streets. He described his hellish childhood in great detail, with tears gushing out of his eyes. Michael sympathized with Hammond because they both shared the same hellish childhood. Despite Hammond's hardships, his thirst for revenge kept him going. Finally, at his 15th age, Hammond finally met the man who came with his house head. Imagine his surprise when Hammond learned this man went from a lonely adventurer to the house head of the Genrick family, Tanatar Genrick. Although Hammond did not remember the name he used when he came to his home, he was pretty sure it wasn't Tanatar Genrick. Hammond might have been a little child, but he could never forget the man's face who was responsible for everything. Hammond followed Tanatar for a couple of years, waiting for an opportunity to gain his trust and enter his family as a Genrick. Eventually, Hammond received a chance to save Tanatar's wife from a bunch of bandits. Since Tanatar loved his wife so much, Tanatar felt so great to the point where he accepted the orphan Hammond into his family. Hammond slowly worked his way up, slowly gaining everyone's trust. It took Hammond 100 years to reach the point where he is now. Michael admired Hammond's resilience. All these years, he lived with the people who were responsible for his family's destruction. Even he couldn't have lived with Victoria and her family for a year, let alone 100 years. Michael began to have second thoughts about killing Hammond. Not only because Michael sympathized with Hammond, but also because he said he had the plan to retrieve the Elven rune. According to Hammond, the Elven rune would recognize his bloodline. He was confident he could disable the runes and erase in the vault to get to the rune. Michael wondered how he could use the Elven rune to disable the erase and defense runes. But he saw absolute confidence in Hammond's eyes. Since Michael didn't have the system's help, he had to rely completely on his instincts. And his instincts told him to go along with Hammond's plan. So tell me, Hammond, what's more important to you? Your thirst for revenge against the Genrick family or the Elven rune? You can't have both. Choose one, said Michael. Hammond's thoughts faded as images of his daily life flashed across his eyes. Michael let Hammond think in silence. On the one hand, Hammond had the Elven rune, his family's heritage. On the other hand, he had Tanatar in his family, who stole the rune, resulting in his suffering. Without the Hamlet family, there was no need for the Elven rune. That rune didn't have the power to bring his family back. However, killing Tanatar and destroying his family would certainly avenge his family and bring him peace. Hence, Hammond chose revenge against the Genrick family instead of the Elven rune. As far as Hammond was concerned, the Dark Lord could take the rune. I want the Genrick family dead, Hammond growled. Except the kids. Be honest, do you really plan to kill the children? Asked Michael. Hammond hesitated to answer Michael because he wasn't a child killer. Subconsciously, Hammond was attached to the twins and the other children. His anger was pointed toward Tanatar, not the innocent children and others. Hammond was not a killer like Michael. He killed everyone in Victoria's family except the children because she sent them away before the war. The last time Michael heard, Noah had created an orphanage for children on every continent. As much as Michael hated Noah for being a righteous prick, he admired Noah for his leadership and initiatives, such as the orphanages. He was really taking the Guardian Guild on a better path. Pity their end goal was to fight Michael, which would result in only death. Your hesitation is the answer, Hammond. You can have your revenge. I am not going to kill you, but... Michael rose from the chair. I will take the Elven rune, said Michael. Michael waved his hands before his face. To Hammond's shock, his face transformed, resembling Elmer. Elmer? Hammond mumbled. For a moment, Hammond thought the Dark Lord had taken Elmer's face. However, he slowly connected the dots to realize the Dark Lord was Elmer. With another wave of his hand, Michael changed his face to look like another elf. Elmer is dead, said Michael. Now get your plans on the road. As I said before, I am not a very patient guy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Genrick family mansion was located on the outskirts of Mvarian. The mansion would have seemed identical to any other in the prestigious neighborhood to the outside viewer. Large curtained windows set in solid concrete walls and burnt silver tiles on the roof. Stone statues and a large metal gate guarded the entrance, a freshly trimmed lawn, flowering bushes, and sunlight reflecting off the surface of a fountain on a typical warm summer day. A well-kept gravel path led to automatic double doors. Inside rested several priceless artifacts proudly. In one of the many numerous rooms, the house leader Tanatar Genric scoured through heaps of scrolls on his wooden table. Wooden boxes were stacked high against the ceiling, and the content of the few that had been unpacked was dispersed throughout the room. The heavy dusty air dimmed the area. Outside his room, the Genric family went on with their life as any other usual day. Tanatar Genric was a gentle-looking elf with blue eyes and long striking golden hair. Despite retiring from being an adventurer 100 years ago, he still had muscles underneath an inch of fat. One could easily see the deep scar on the side of his neck. Tanatar liked to be left alone in his storeroom. In this room, only he and the thousands of scrolls in which one might hold an answer to his long search. Only by one he picked up a scroll, opened it up, read its contents, and threw it away with a glimmer of disappointment. As he repeated this cycle, he heard heavy boot steps outside the room. "My lord." Someone knocked on the door. Tanatar sensed an urgency and panic in the rough voice. His eyes glimmered with fury. He hated being disturbed in this room. "My lord, you must see this. It's about the twins." As soon as Tanatar heard these words, the anger in his eyes faded. Tanatar waved his hands as several runes glowed on the door. Soon these runes faded away, unlocking the door. The door clicked open. "My lord." A soldier rushed into the room and dropped to his knees. He reached out a scroll toward Tanatar. Tanatar immediately frowned, looking at the blood stains on the scroll. Tanatar picked up the scroll and opened it up to read its contents. While reading the scroll, Tanatar's body trembled. He collapsed onto the chair behind him. The soldier's body jerked as Tanatar banged the table. The mountain of scrolls crumbled down, making the room messy. "Show me the box." Tanatar stood up. He followed the soldiers to the front lawn, where he saw several soldiers and family members gathered around. "Move aside, Lord Tanatar is here." Everyone moved aside, making way for Tanatar to the wooden box on the ground. The air around the box reeked of blood. The soldiers already had the box opened. When he reached the box, Tanatar saw a severed head with open eyes staring at him. "It's Sira, my lord," said the soldier who led Tanatar here. Sira was one of Hammond's personal guards. "This note was in the box, my lord." Another soldier handed over a blood-stained note to Tanatar. "If you want to see your children alive and not as heads in boxes, come to the Lonely Mountain." Tanatar read the words on the note. His voice trembled. He started to realize his kids were kidnapped slowly. Just the blood on the note alone shook Tanatar to the core. At that moment, he couldn't think as a veteran adventurer or a leader but as a father. He failed to keep his stoic wall around him. Thinking about his children in danger made the wall crumble down. For a few moments, his mind went blank. "My lord, what does the note say?" a soldier asked with worry. The soldier's words pulled Tanatar out of his dazed state. "Gather our men, we are going to the Lonely Mountain." Tanatar barked his order at his men. "Lord Tanatar, what happened? What's the meaning of all this?" One of his core family members asked Tanatar. "Voron and Eva." Tanatar's words didn't come out through the lump in his throat. "What happened to them?" The elves panicked. "They were kidnapped." Tanatar barely finished his words, shaking everyone to their core. While Tanatar and the others were gathered at the front lawn, Hammond entered the mansion via a secret path only known to the elders. Michael accompanied Hammond as one of his personal guards. Michael followed Hammond behind a dimly lit underground passage. "The vault is just around the corner," said Hammond. Chapter 762. Two sides of the coin. Michael followed Hammond until he reached a giant door, made of some kind of silver metal. The door was built with countless nuts and bolts. On top of these mechanisms, Michael sensed countless runes. Hammond stopped a meter before the steel door. He looked around as though he was searching for something. Michael wished he had the system to disable all the runes. Luckily, Michael had an expert in runes. He was about to call for Eladir when Hammond raised his palm. Michael noticed a glowing rune on Hammond's palm. For some reason, the gears in the door started to move faster and faster. Additionally, Icy blue runes began to radiate brighter light on the door. Michael heard these mechanisms rolling within the door. Hammond slowly moved his palm toward the door. When Hammond's palm was just a few inches away from the door, an invisible force pulled his hand toward it. Hammond's hand got stuck on the door. Hammond did not shout but seemed relatively calm. The door did not freak him out as much as the Dark Lord beside him did. Hammond and Michael waited for the door to open. However, Messiahel was pretty surprised and, to be honest, startled. It seemed to him like Hammond had a way of opening the vault all this time. Yet he waited for no reason. "You can open the vault door?" asked Michael. He wanted to confirm Hammond's stupidity. Yes, Hammond nodded. Michael couldn't keep his hands from slapping the back of Hammond's head. Hammond was pretty startled, but kept his hand on the door. "You had a way to open the vault door all this time, and you decided not to take the Elven rune and kill Tanatar until now?" asked Michael. "It's not my fault he and his wife couldn't have a child for almost 80 years, give or take," Hammond shrugged. To Hammond's surprise, Michael chuckled. "So you were waiting for them to have children as much as them? It's funny, but I do admire your patience," Michael smiled. When Hammond saw the smile on the Dark Lord's face, he was truly surprised. His smile brought such warmth to Hammond's heart, and almost made Hammond wonder why in the hell everyone was afraid of this guy. He looked so friendly and good-looking with a smile. Michael did his best to keep the pressure of being the Dark Lord gets to him. He didn't want to end up like his previous self, who had to reset the entire universe to fix his mistakes. A few minutes later, the gears finally stopped as Michael noticed the runes fading away. Michael did not care about how Hammond managed to disable the runes and the mechanisms. All he cared about was the Elven rune within the vault. The vault door creaked. It slowly slid open, revealing a room surrounded by 4 marble walls. The vault was a meter thick. It would weigh at least a ton. Michael realized why no one opted for breaking the vault door using explosives. It would take a nuclear warhead to destroy this one. In the center of the room, Michael saw a golden plate hovering in the air within an energy shield. There was a glowing rune on the golden plate. It suddenly pulsated a wave of energy as though it had sensed something. At that same time, the rune on Hammond's palm produced an otherworldly whistling noise. The golden plate moved toward Hammond, but was stopped by the energy shield. Hammond's legs turned to jelly, seeing the rune after so many years. He slowly took a step forward. On the other hand, Michael walked toward the Elven rune to find a way to free it from the energy shield. Michael's eyes flickered. He activated the X-ray vision to locate the source that was powering the energy shield. Michael noticed a purple heat wave running from the ground below the golden plate into the wall on the other side. Michael made his way to the wall and ran his fingers through the wall. He knocked on the wall for a moment to gauge how thick these walls were. The dark flames coiled around Michael's fist. He was about to punch the wall when he sensed several beings on their way to the vault. Michael slowly turned around to welcome the party, while Hammond walked toward the rune in slow motion. "Hammond!" Suddenly, a dominant voice echoed through the empty vault. The voice snapped Hammond out of his daze. His body became rigid. Hammond slowly turned around. Hammond's mind went blank when he saw Tanatar and his royal guards at the vault doorway. Michael wondered what made Tanatar ignore his children and return to the vault until he saw a glow on his hand. If Michael had to guess, he would say Tanatar had another rune on his hand. In a blink of an eye, Michael appeared behind Tanatar. The soldiers were caught off guard by his speed. Before they could react, Michael shut the vault door, trapping Tanatar alone in the vault with them. Normally, it would take spells and special arrays to shut the door coals because it was too damn heavy. But to Michael, this steel door was no different than a wooden door in a tavern. Even the half-immortals of the same level as him didn't possess such godly strength. His raw strength was another perk of being a god. Tanatar was startled. "My lord! Open this door. Lord Tanatar!" The soldiers shouted from outside, yet only Michael could hear them. To Hammond and Tanatar, it was all silence. "What's the meaning of this, Hammond? And who is this?" Tanatar pointed at Michael, who returned to the place he was a second ago. "What the hell are you not in the Lonely Mountain?" Hammond blabbered in shock. "Wait. How do you know Dash?" Tanatar held his words as realization hit him. "What did you do?" Tanatar dashed at Hammond with uncontrollable rage. He grabbed Hammond by his collar and shook him. "Tell me you had nothing to do with my kids being taken away?" Tanatar growled at Hammond. He didn't want to believe Hammond betrayed him. He had known Hammond for almost 70 years. Tanatar thought of Hammond as his own family. "Yes, I took them," Hammond roared, pushing Tanatar to the ground. Michael witnessed their feud without lifting a finger. The golden plate with the elven rune drew his attention the most. He felt familiar energy from the plate, which seemed strange to Michael. It would have been easy to scan the plate with the system if it didn't go offline. Since it wasn't the case, Michael had to rely on himself. It almost felt like there was something powerful hiding within the golden plate. When Michael focused on it, he heard a low-pitched roar coming from the plate. This roar was filled with rage, like a wounded beast was trapped within. "How do I feel when you took everything from me?" Hammond lunged at Tanatar before he could get to his feet. Hammond got on top of Tanatar and punched him in the face. Tanatar grabbed Hammond's neck and rolled over, turning the tables on Hammond. But Tanatar did not punch Hammond. He was more shocked and stunned than he was furious. "I treated you like my family. You killed my entire family." Once again Hammond roared. He scratched Tanatar's hands, tearing his robes. "Okay, I had enough." Michael rolled his eyes. He just waved his hand as Hammond and Tanatar blasted away from each other. They hit the walls opposite each other. They tried to free themselves, but a powerful invisible force held them to the wall. "You have to listen to Hammond's story first," Michael said to Tanatar. Michael flicked his wrist as Tanatar couldn't open his mouth. He felt like an invisible hand keeping his mouth shut. "Hammond, tell him what he did to you. Get everything off of your chest." Michael turned his gaze to Hammond. It didn't take Hammond long to spew the same story he told Michael. Only this time, his tone was filled with more rage and murderous intent. While recalling his story for the second time, blood trickled down from Hammond's nose. Tanatar's eyes widened and filled with shock. When Hammond finished his story, Michael noticed Tanatar's eyes watering up. Michael was surprised. Tanatar's eyes didn't look like a killer's. Michael had seen enough killers to know Tanatar may be innocent. Michael now wanted to hear Tanatar's side of the story. Hence, he shut Hammond's mouth and let Tanatar speak. "I didn't kill Erdan." Tanatar's voice stuttered. "He was my best friend." Tears gushed out of Tanatar's eyes. Hammond roared, but no words came out of his mouth. He gave this elven rune to protect it because he suspected someone was planning to steal it and use it for nefarious purposes. Tanatar sobbed. "Now that's a twist." Msahil's brows arched up. "I'd rather die than murder my best friend. If Erdan wanted my life, I would have given it to him gladly," said Tanatar. Michael took a deep breath. He looked at Hammond. "Seems like you want to know his side of the story." To be honest, Michael wanted to know Tanatar's part of the story more than Hammond wanted. He spent a year in the Genric family as Elmer, so Michael felt a little bit of compassion toward the Genric family. At the same time, he felt Hammond's actions were somewhat justifiable after learning what Tanatar did to Hamlet's. However, Michael's thoughts changed when Tanatar completely denied killing Erdan Hamlet and stealing the elven rune. "Your kids are safe. Just tell him your side of the story," Michael said to Tanatar. Tanatar believed this complete stranger for some reason. After taking a few deep breaths, Tanatar began to tell what happened between Erdan and him before he departed for Ar from the Azer continent. Tanatar's story completely contradicted Hamlet's part of the story. According to him, Erdan Hamlet, the house head of the Hamlet family, asked Tanatar to take the elven rune and leave for the Ar continent. He suspected someone within the Hamlet family was planning to take the elven rune and present it to none other than the Dark Lord himself. It was shocking, to say the least. Michael was caught off guard. Initially, Tanatar refused to do that, but Erdan insisted, giving him no choice. As a lonely adventurer, Tanatar had no family then, so he agreed to take the elven rune away to save Erdan's family. But he never thought his entire family would be wiped out by a plague that only affected the Hamlets. Even after founding the Genric family, Tanatar did not stop looking for survivors. Unfortunately, he found no one and concluded the entire Hamlet family was wiped out. So someone from the Order was living with the Hamlets, Michael sighed. He knew he or she probably died from the strange sickness that hit hamlets. But Michael couldn't figure out how Erdan learned about the Order members' plan. Michael refused to believe they were sloppy enough to let Erdan learn about their plan. The members of the Order were extremely cautious and cunning. They survived centuries without being discovered by the Guardian Guild or the Sky Hall. So how could Erdan, a mere lord of a family, find them? Something told Michael there was more to the story than Hammond and Tanatar told him. Unfortunately, Michael doubted either of them knew the full story behind Erdan's decision. Chapter 763, A God's Judgment. Happy New Year, my dear readers. As my tiny gift to you all, I will mass release 5 chapters on January 5th, 2023. May you receive all the blessings from the God. Tanatar and Hammond were both in shock after hearing each other's story. Either of them couldn't believe what the other had gone through over the years. Michael believed Tanatar's story as much as he believed Hammond's. While they were silent, staring at each other, Michael punched the wall. The entire wall trembled as dust and pieces of ceiling crumbled down. Tanatar yelled at Michael, but he ignored the elf and continued to punch the wall. The wall was at least 2 or 3 meters in width. Usually it would take special equipment and runes to penetrate the wall. But to Michael, his fist was more than enough. The vault continued to tremble as dust crumbled down from above. Stop! Tanatar shouted at Michael. As someone who built the walls, Tanatar knew why Michael was punching the wall in that certain place. After punching a hole in the wall, Michael noticed a blue rune glowing within the wall. Michael opened his palm as a stream of dark flames shot to the rune. Under the scorching heat of the dark flame, the rune faded away. As the rune disappeared, the shield around the elven rune flickered. It lost a bit of its glow. Michael scanned the room for more runes. He counted 3 more. Hammond, who the hell is that? You have to tell him to stop. Tanatar yelled at Hammond. I can't. Hammond shook his head. Hammond's mind was in a mess. After hearing Tanatar's story, everything he believed turned out to be false. At that moment, Hammond's entire life felt pointless. He couldn't care less about the elven rune. Meanwhile, Michael reached another wall and started punching it like before. The soldiers tried to break the vault door from outside. Michael heard them yell at each other, trying to force their way in using siege machines. Once again, Michael saw a rune within the wall. He simply destroyed the rune with his dark flames. The shield flickered as it shone dimmer and dimmer. Tanatar struggled against the invisible force binding him to the wall. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. He even tried to cast a spell, only to fail. The force prevented him from completing his spell. Michael, on the other hand, completely ignored Tanatar and Hammond. When Michael started to punch the wall covering the last rune, Tanatar screamed at him as loud as he could. Michael created a hole deep enough to explode the rune with a couple of punches. His fist turned blood red. Punching still hurt his fist despite covering his fist with the dark flames. If anyone else tried to punch the wall, they would have ended up with a broken hand. The final rune glimmered with a tinge of crimson red. Just like before, Michael destroyed the rune with his dark flames. The black flames coiled around the rune like a snake and vaporized it. At last, the shield covering the golden plate with the elven rune fell down on the ground. Michael made his way to the golden plate and picked it up from the ground. The golden plate pulsated with strange energy. Suddenly, a powerful blast of grayish energy blasted Michael away. Michael was caught off guard. He flew onto the wall behind him and hit it with a loud thud. His hands went numb. Michael quickly picked himself up to see a strand of purplish flame seep out of the golden plate. A primordial flame. The flame glowed brighter and brighter. To Michael's surprise, the flames formed a creepy smiley face in the air. As though the dark flames had some kind of hostility toward the strange primordial flame. The dark flames shot out of Michael's body. The dark flames produced an otherworldly hissing sound. Michael felt like the 2 flames wanted to kill each other. He could literally feel the dark flame's hatred toward this new primordial flame. Michael dashed at the purple flame to absorb it somehow. However, the purple flames lashed at Michael. He quickly jumped, flipping in the air to avoid the flame waves. He immediately cast Silenes to slow the time around him. He wanted to catch the purple flame. However, the primordial flame did not get affected by the spell. Its shot flew above, penetrating through the ceiling as though it was made of form. Michael landed right above the hole. He looked up at the hole to see nothing but the sky. The primordial flame penetrated through the manor and flew away. Damn it, system. Michael cursed the system. If it was online, Michael could have absorbed the primordial flames. Since the primordial flames would choose its host as a sentient being, Michael had a feeling the flames were on their way to finding a suitable host. What the fuck was a primordial flame doing inside this? Michael picked up the golden plate with the elven rune on it. After the primordial flame escaped, the elven rune did not pulsate any powerful energy waves. Michael put the elven rune inside his space ring before turning his gaze back at Hammond and Tanatar. Did you know what that was? Michael asked them. They looked just as confused as Michael. He sighed. He walked toward Hammond. He was telling the truth. The flame you saw had powerful energy radiation. Your family spent years in this radiation. So when he took the golden plate with these flames trapped within, the energy radiation disappeared. Your bodies and souls couldn't adapt to living without this energy radiation. Hence the sickness. Simply put, the real culprit is the flames trapped within the golden plate, Michael explained to Hammond. However, Hammond's eyes glimmered with doubt. It made sense. After all, Hammond spent his entire life believing Tanatar betrayed him and his family. That kind of hatred wouldn't go away so easily with a few words. You lost a family long ago but gained a new one here. There is no reason for you to seek revenge anymore, said Michael. Normally, Michael would avoid giving advice or putting his nose into someone else's business. But Michael lived with Hammond and the Genrick family for a year. He had a soft spot for them. Unlike Maxim and his family, Tanatar did no wrong to Hammond. Michael wished Hammond to embrace his new life and let go of the pointless anger. Judging by Tanatar's look in his eyes, he was willing to forget and forgive what Hammond did. The question was, will Hammond change? Michael waved his hands as both Tanatar and Hammond fell from the wall. They breathed heavily. Michael turned his gaze toward Tanatar. I will take the elven rune from you, said Michael. You can't. Give it back. Tanatar dashed at Michael without a second thought. Michael simply raised his hand, sending a wave of wind to knock out Tanatar. The gust of wind blasted Tanatar onto the wall. Tanatar growled in pain. He even coughed up blood. If Michael didn't hold back his power, a simple wave of wind could have killed Tanatar. After purifying his body with pills and potions refined by him, his power skyrocketed. It even freaked out Michael. He actually had to hold back most of the time to avoid accidentally killing his foes. Hammond didn't lift a finger. Michael saw the lingering hatred in Hammond's eyes and sighed inside. P1Es visit N0VE1BN. NT don't do anything stupid, Tanatar. I can take this rune and go away peacefully, or take it after I slaughter your entire family. The choice is yours. Lightning bolts crackled around Michael's wrist. The mere mention of Tanatar's family made him back off. This elven rune was a burden for both of you. Be glad I am taking it off your hands. Don't make me kill you all, Michael threatened Tanatar. The aura Michael released made Tanatar tremble in fear. Not a single word escaped the elf's mouth. Meanwhile, Hammond stood there like a statue waiting for the Dark Lord to leave. Hammond, Michael turned his head. He looked at Michael but avoided direct eye contact. Suddenly, Michael grabbed Hammond and lifted him off by his neck. Tanatar's heart skipped a beat. He dashed at Michael. Let him go. Tanatar yanked Michael's hands. Should I kill him for you, Hammond? Michael asked Hammond. When Tanatar heard these words, he stepped back from Sihel in fear. Hammond did not answer Michael right away. Instead, he took a few moments and hesitated to say no. Some people never let go. Michael threw Hammond away. Michael simply pointed his finger as a golden lightning bolt shot out of his fingertip. In a blink of an eye, the lightning bolt went straight through Hammond's head. Since Hammond was too weak, his entire body exploded into a red mist in the air. The blood splattered across the room, painting the walls and floor red. Tanatar's mind went blank. Not a single piece of flesh hit the ground. Blood slowly trickled down from the ceiling. After the red mist settled down, Tanatar came to his senses. Why did you kill him? Tanatar growled at Michael. Before Tanatar could do something stupid, Sihel flicked his wrist, keeping Tanatar still. His hatred for you and your family runs too deep. Sooner or later he might have flipped and killed you all. I killed him so you won't have to. He could have changed. He just needed time. Tanatar shouted at Michael. His eyes turned blood red due to all the suppressed rage and fury. Life is not rainbows and unicorns, Tanatar. If he did change, which I don't believe he would, you would all be a family again. But what if he didn't? What if he still wants to hurt you? Then, you won't have a family to be together with, said Michael. Tanatar shook his head. It wasn't your call. Who are you to decide whether he lives or not? You are not a god. Tanatar shouted as loud as he could. I am, Michael simply said. He didn't bother wasting his time explaining it to Tanatar. The elf may have held a grudge against him, but Michael knew he had done the right thing. Over the past year, the Genric family treated him like he was their own. Michael felt grateful toward them. He just settled his debt by ensuring the Genric family's survival. Chapter 764. Hellflames, you have a lot to learn and improve if you are going to match him, baby girl, said Adelia. Gaia breathed heavily several meters before Adelia. The training ground behind the castle had several cracks in the ground. The mother and daughter duo barely held back in a mock battle between the two. Although Gaia used almost all her power, she couldn't defeat her mother. No one can match him. He is a god, Gaia growled. That's not an excuse. He wasn't always the god. He trained and fought hard to get to this point, said Adelia. Nightmare and Vidora gawked at Adelia and Gaia. They missed having a bowl of popcorn and snacks to watch them bicker and fight. Nightmare laughed, seeing Gaia getting her ass kicked by her mother. In the Dark Army, only Adelia could defeat Gaia in a battle. Even when Adelia suppressed her cultivation to match Gaia, she still defeated Gaia without breaking a sweat. I trained him. Well, mostly, Gaia rolled her eyes. Why don't you challenge him to a duel when he returns? Asked Gaia. It'd be a great motivation for me to see you get defeated for once. You want your mother to fight the Dark Lord? I never thought you had a grudge against me, Adelia sighed. Gaia sighed and threw the sword in her hand. It's not like that, mother, Gaia gently smiled. Gaia was about to go to her mother and embrace her when a bolt of lightning hit the training ground. Gaia and Adelia were startled by the sudden lightning bolt strike. To their surprise, they saw Michael where the lightning had just struck. How are my two favorite ladies in the world? Asked Michael as they all dashed at Michael. Nightmare shrunk himself and leaped onto him with Vidora. Nightmare and Vidora showered Michael with wet kisses. It had been a year since they saw Michael. Michael rubbed their chin as he turned his gaze toward Gaia. He opened his arms, waiting for her to embrace him tightly. Gaia hugged him as her face lit up with joy. She buried her head in his chest like a little girl. For a few moments, Michael stayed in this group hug. I missed you, bastard, Gaia purred. What do you mean, miss me? We just met a week ago, Gaia smiled. Even though Michael pretended to be Elmer in the Genric family, he occasionally met Gaia by teleporting to the floating mountain in the dark ocean. He was grateful that the runic teleportation worked while the system was offline. Shut up for a moment. Gaia punched him in the chest and dragged this lovely moment as long as she could. Finally, after a minute or two, Adelia cleared her throat to disband the hug. She knelt down to pay her respect when she saw the Dark Lord's gaze fall on her. You don't have to do this. We are family, said Michael. Vidora jumped onto Michael's shoulder. After a year, Vidora and Nightmare both grew in size and power. They were just a few months of cultivation away from reaching the fusion stage. I swore to serve you as your servant long before you met Gaia, my lord. So it's my duty to bow my head and kneel down, said Adelia. Oh, come on, mother. Don't make him pull ranks on you and order you not to do this. Gaia rolled her eyes. You can do this until we get married. After that, you'll officially become my mother-in-law. And then, you have to stop all this. Are you ordering me, my lord? Adelia asked with a playful look. Not yet, Michael smiled. Finally, Adelia rose to her feet as Michael let go of Gaia. Nightmare jumped onto Michael's other shoulder and swapped his tail around Michael's neck. Michael looked around the floating mountain and saw the castle construction work in the distance. The waterfall behind the construction site proudly flowed from atop the sword-shaped mountain peak. He noticed the vampires patrolling the floating mountain as Saber instructed them. Thanks to Mugashuku, The dark ocean became a perfect safe haven for Michael. Looking at the dark storm clouds above him and the continuous lightning storm, Michael wondered if he had lived in the place before he reset the universe. This place was simply perfect. The only drawback was transporting construction materials to the island by ships. At the moment, they had portals to let people go in and out of the mountain. However, these portals failed to transport goods and materials. He needed the system's help to find a solution to this problem. He slowly walked toward the construction site with Adelia and Gaia by his side. "Did you get the Elven rune?" asked Gaia. "Yes," said Michael. Gaia felt a strange concern in his voice. "Something happened?" Michael nodded. "I found the Elven rune, but I also found a primordial flame." Everyone was surprised by Michael's words. "Did you absorb it?" asked Diag, only to see Michael shake his head. "It escaped," said Michael. "Wait, you have the dark flames. Rowena has the cold flames. I saw Noah use heavenly flames. That makes 3 primordial flames. It's safe to assume there is a light flame since you have the dark flames. This means the primordial flame that escaped your grasp must be the hell flames," said Gaia. Michael shared the same thoughts too. But one question kept nagging Michael's brain regarding the primordial flames. If Noah has the heavenly flames, who has the light flame? Has it found a host yet? If Noah is the god of light, the light flames will choose Noah. "That's not always the case, my lord," Adelia interjected. "What do you mean?" Iag turned her gaze toward Adelia. "Let's just say someone has found the light flames before Noah and you were born. Then the light flames have to choose a host. One of 3 things must have happened. 1, no one has found the light flames yet, and they are still trapped somewhere. 2nd, Noah possesses both heavenly flames and the light flames. 3rd, someone else has absorbed the light flames." Michael listened to Adelia in silence. After spending time with Adelia, Michael learned where Gaia got her intelligence from. Adelia had both the brains and power. A deadly combination. He hadn't seen her fight with his own eyes, but he knew everyone in his army feared Adelia as much as they feared Gaia. "How's your search for the arrows going?" asked Michael. When Adelia first came to the mountain, she already had 1 god-killing arrow. Ever since then, Michael ordered her to find more of these arrows. Apparently, the system level was too low to find more of these arrows. Hence, Michael had to rely on old methods. P1E's visit N0VE1BN. NE. Michael didn't know there were a total of 7 arrows in total. Noah had already found 1. And thanks to Adelia, Michael had 1. Which meant there were 5 more arrows yet to be found. Michael knew whoever held these arrows would have the ultimate power. Michael wanted them to be with him if these arrows could kill a god. But finding these arrows proved to be extremely difficult. Michael assigned the task to his best and most powerful subordinate, Adelia Ashton. Michael didn't trust anyone with the arrow he had in the space ring, not even Eladir. Instead, he waited for the system to come online so he could learn more about these arrows. Not a single day passed without Michael cursing the system for being offline for such a long time. In fact, he actually missed the system's snarky comments more than he missed its power. "I might have found a clue about the next arrow. But I need some time," said Adelia. Saber contributed the most to Adelia's search for these arrows. The elder vampire was extremely resourceful and had contacts almost everywhere. Thanks to him, Adelia received a tip about an ancient artifact in a place called the Devil's Pit. Unfortunately, the place was crawling with guardians. Hence, Adelia was still planning to explore the place without alerting the guardians. Now that the Dark Lord was here, she could ask for his help. "Whatever you need, I am here," said Michael. "I have a surprise for you." Gaia wanted to take Michael's mind off things like the god-killing arrows, and wanted to lighten up his mood. She had the perfect gift for him to make him smile. "Lead the way." Michael let Gaia lead the way to the castle. Eventually, they all reached the construction site where several dwarves and orcs worked. When they saw Michael, they quickly bowed. Their eyes glimmered with fear and respect. According to Gaia, the castle would take at least 2 more years to finish. Fortunately, they prioritized a few rooms, such as Eladir's workshop, storeroom, Michael's room, and Nightmare's room, where Vidroa stayed. Of course, these rooms were temporary until the dwarves could finish the castle. Michael bought the castle plan for 3 million badass points. This was one of his most expensive purchases to date. However, it was not a complete plan. The system offered him plans and blueprints for various defense systems he could build upon the castle. By the time Michael completely finishes the castle, it will be the strongest stronghold in the world. To be honest, Michael couldn't wait to see his castle in its complete form. He spared no expense to get the best materials and runes in the construction. He kidnapped the best dwarven engineers and builders to build his castle. At first, these dwarves refused to work for the Dark Lord. But after some persuasion and a handsome wage, they finally agreed. It was the carrot. The stick was their families. If they refused to work for Michael, Gaia would have kidnapped their families and used them to force the dwarves. Fortunately, the dwarves picked the easy way. They entered the castle through a hole in the ground since these rooms were built underground. The pathways were dimly lit with torches. Michael noticed holes in the ceiling for the chandeliers. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I called everyone in the order to have a meeting," said Gaia. "They'd be here in a few hours." "Good." Michael appreciated Gaia's initiative with a nod. Chapter 765. Sudden argument. Michael followed Gaia behind to enter his room. His room only had a work table for Michael to build new gadgets, a queen-size bed for Gaia and him, and a sofa set facing the fireplace. But at that moment, something was there, covered in red cloth. Michael felt powerful energy pulses from whatever was inside the red cloth. Although Michael knew what's inside. Yet Michael pretended he had no clue just for her happiness. She walked toward the thing with a dramatic walk. "Are you ready?" asked Gaia. "Surprise me," said Michael. She slowly lifted off the red cloth, revealing a dark metal plate. Tiny bolts of black lightning crackled around the metal piece. Michael could hear the electricity buzzing. It felt like the metal piece was calling for Michael. The tiny lightning bolts reached out for Michael. "Is this one of the armor pieces you were talking about?" Sarba asked. Fedora and Nightmare felt terrified by the sheer amount of energy they felt from the armor piece. A pity this was just a piece of the whole Dark Lord armor. Michael reached out to touch the armor. To his shock, the armor electrocuted Michael. Ouch! Michael quickly moved his hand away from the armor. His hand went numb. What happened? Gaia was shocked. She didn't expect the armor to shock him literally. "Don't let anyone touch it," said Michael. Judging by the bolt of energy that went into his body, he could tell it had enough power to kill even a soul refiner. Michael noticed dimly glowing runes hidden in the dark armor. The armor looked tattered and contained several cracks, scratches, and cuts. It was obvious this armor had seen hundreds of battles. Michael didn't dare to try to touch the armor yet again. "Weird," Gaia rubbed her chin. "I thought you can touch the armor since it belongs to you. Maybe we have to find every piece and make it whole again." Adelia shared her thoughts. Once again, Michael missed the dam system. If it was online, he could have easily scanned the armor piece and found out what was wrong with it. One thing is for sure. "I cannot use it now," Michael sighed. "How many pieces are there?" asked Sarba. 6 more pieces," said Nightmare. As they were staring at the armor, Azazel appeared behind Michael. "My lord, you are back." Michael turned around to see Azazel bow his head deeply. Azazel was at the fusion stage level 6. Once Michael had reached the immortal stage, Azazel would be able to reach the half-immortal stage. Luckily, Azazel didn't have to go through heavenly tribulation. Michael didn't know why, but he knew it was something to do with Azazel's demon race. "Glad to see me?" asked Michael as Azazel nodded. "It's my blessing to see you, my lord," Michael chuckled. "When did you become such a sweet talker? Are you in love or something?" Azazel awkwardly smiled without knowing how to answer Michael. "Speaking of love, where is Ricky?" Gaia asked Azazel. "He just returned," answered Azazel. "Is he still stalking Olivia?" asked Michael. Gaia creased her brows. "It's not stalking humans. He is in love with her. Except she made her choice to leave him," said Michael. He may have accepted Olivia's decision not to follow him, but he was disappointed in her. He would be lying if he said otherwise. For the first time, Michael noticed the loyalty level go from 90+ to 60%. Ricky was the one who got affected the most by Olivia's decision. He almost felt pity for Ricky. Gaia even asked Ricky to go with Olivia, but Ricky respectfully refused to leave the Dark Lord's side. Who knew the gate guards Michael met at Rivertown would be willing to give their lives for him? Certainly not Michael. They even brought their families with them and put them in Giselle. With Caius' aid, their families lived comfortably under the Dark Lord's protection. So what? He still loves her, and I know she loves him too, Gaia argued with Michael. Seeing her bicker with the Dark Lord himself made Adelia chuckle inside. Even before the marriage, she started to act like an angry waifu. So you're telling me she's with Ricky? Michael calmly asked Gaia. No. Then she doesn't love him enough, said Michael. As soon as Gaia heard these words, her eyes glimmered with anger. Are you messing with me right now? She growled. We should go. Adelia grabbed Nightmare and Vidora from Michael's shoulders. Hey, let us go. It's getting good. Iag hissed at Adelia. Azazel followed Adelia behind and closed the door on his way out. Nope. Michael shook his head. Like any man in the world, Michael failed to comprehend Gaia's thoughts. He might be a god, but he still lacked the power to understand a woman completely. You are being a complete asshole, Michael, said Gaia. She seldom addressed Michael by his first name. But whenever she did, she was furious at Michael. Okay, I am confused. What does Olivia leaving Ricky have anything to do with me? She made her choice. It has everything to do with you. He chose loyalty over love because of you, the Dark Lord. You can't blame Olivia. Not everyone will follow you without a second thought, Gaia growled. Everyone thought Gaia was cold, but in reality, she cared about all the subordinates. Ever since Olivia left Ricky, she has been watching over Ricky by keeping him busy. Although Gaia knew of Ricky's secret visit to Olivia, she allowed him, hoping Olivia would change her mind and accept Ricky. As a queen, it was in her blood to care for her subjects. On the other hand, Michael barely lifted a finger. As far as he was concerned, Olivia made her choice, and Ricky had to accept her decision and move on. I cannot force her to follow me either. She made her choice and should be grateful that I didn't end her life by leaving my side after everything I had done for her, said Michael. Why are you suddenly being so strange? Asked Michael. I am not being strange. I just can't believe you think you are completely blameless in Ricky's case. So what do you want me to do? Go to Olivia and force her to come with me? No, Gaia shook her head. How about you start giving a shit about Ricky and his feelings? For God's sake, he left the love of his life for you. The least you can do is accept you had a hand in the mess. Gaia raised her voice. And how dare you call his love stalking? What if I left you? Will you give a shit or let me go? Gaia punched Michael in the shoulder. Finally, Michael started to grasp where the anger was coming from. To be honest, Michael didn't know what to do if Gaia left him. However, he wouldn't cry or destroy himself like Minnie for sure. Instead of worrying about what he would do after she left him, Michael would ensure she didn't leave him. First, you won't leave me, and I won't let you. Second of all, we are not them. We don't have any secrets between us. Except one that I told you not to ask me about, Michael said, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. He noticed Gaia rolling the engagement ring on her finger. You cannot compare us with other couples. Didn't I tell you Ricky could go with Olivia if he wished to? Both Ricky and Olivia made their choices. We cannot force Olivia to be with Ricky. And you are right. Michael took a deep breath. They broke up because of me. Michael saw no advantage in keep denying it or arguing with her. Gaia's actions made him realize she was mad at him. To be honest, she was right to be so. It was he who refused to marry her when she asked him to. He wanted to be stronger and grow his army before marrying her. It was bad enough that he refused to have any kids anytime soon, but postponing the marriage was just crossing Gaia's patience. Now he realized Gaia had taken the rejection badly. Michael was too busy to care about her feelings, which Michael regretted. P1E's visit N0VE1BN. NET, and I am not going to make any more excuses. I will marry you in 6 months. On the same day, I met you first, Michael said. He didn't take this decision on the fly, or to calm her down but with his whole heart. He dragged the marriage thing long enough. Granted, Michael promised her to give the throne of Nagaland before the marriage, but Gaia wasn't interested in the throne anymore. She realized she could rule the entire world from Michael's side. Why did she have to settle for one kingdom when she could rule the entire world? Besides, Gaia wanted to marry Michael more than anything in the world. She wanted to be his side, not as the Dark Queen but as his wife. Gaia was startled by his words. Her eyes glimmered with joy and shock. Before she could say something, Michael locked his lips with her. He didn't want to argue anymore. He swooped Gaia from the ground and moved to the bed. A few hours later, Michael exited his room wearing his Dark Lord armor. Gaia quickly tied her hair and followed him behind to the meeting hall. Michael promised Gaia when the time comes, he would talk to Olivia and explain things better to her for Ricky's sake. They patched things up on the bed and returned to their normal selves. Eventually, after navigating through the dark pathways, Michael and Gaia reached the meeting hall. He heard people buzzing inside. Michael waited outside for a moment before opening the door. Unlike before, Michael did not wear any mask to hide his face. Even after a year, showing his true self to others felt weird. He took a deep breath and finally opened the door. Inside the hall, everyone turned their gazes to the door. The entire hall fell silent as soon as they laid their eyes on him. Every one of his subordinates attended the meeting as they were ordered to. "My lord." Azazel came to Michael's side. "Everyone is here, my lord," said Azazel. "We shall start then," said Gaia. Chapter 766. Each with their own problem. When everyone inside the hall saw Michael, they became silent. They quickly dropped to their knees to show their respect. Sadie's eyes glistened with shock. She still couldn't believe Ghost was the Dark Lord all this time. And she shared the bed with the Dark Lord himself. Thinking about that, she both felt terrified and funny. Michael made his way to the long table in the center. His throne, made of skull and bones, was located in the front beside Gaia's throne. Michael sat on his throne, putting one leg atop another. "Take your seats," said Gaia before sitting beside Michael. All of Michael's subordinates took their seats. They looked a bit scared more than usual, seeing Michael almost after a year. Every single one of them heard what had transpired on the Ithalan island. Just like the rest of the world, they were scared too. After all, Michael slaughtered half immortals and immortals as though they were nothing. To this date, Michael received badass points whenever someone gets afraid of what Michael did at Ithalan. It passively generated Michael with badass points. In addition to Michael's subordinates, he noticed a few new faces. These new faces were the ministers working for Michael's subordinates. Among these, some familiar faces stared at Michael with shock and awe. For now, Michael ignored them. "We will initiate the new members into the order after this meeting," said Gaia. "How is everyone doing?" Michael asked his subordinates. "Very well." "Good." "Fine, thanks to you, Dark Lord," his subordinates answered him with respect. "I am glad to hear that. I was gone for a year, so I want to hear what you did in that time." Michael glanced over at his subordinates. "Let's start with you, Tiberius, King of War." Michael turned his gaze toward Tiberius. Physically, Tiberius looked healthy, glowing, and with more muscles. He wore fancy robes suitable for a king rather than a warrior. The cultivation device made by Michael and Elidir glimmered around his wrist. The device resembled a silver wristwatch with something glowing in the center. It was built with intricate parts and runes that turned arch-energy crystals into pure energy, and helped Michael's subordinates cultivate even within the void line. This device was the most precious and powerful thing an order member could have. Only those who swore their loyalty directly to Michael received this device. Each device was equipped with a self-destruction rune. In case someone else got their hands on the device, it would explode into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Because of the cosmic energy coursing through his veins and the device around his wrist, Tiberius managed to reach the fusion stage level 5. Michael was happy with Tiberius' cultivation progress. In fact, no one disappointed him. Tiberius took a deep breath. "I've been building an army as I was ordered. Freeland is growing faster than I initially expected. Since we haven't faced a war, our army lacks real battle experience," said Tiberius. Although they had a large army, most soldiers in the army didn't fight in a real battle. Without fighting a real battle, they would still be novices when it comes to war. Unfortunately, no one had the guts to wage war against the Freeland ruled by Tiberius. The biggest reason was Giselle's rapid growth in power. Gaia's leadership and the resources Giselle received from the order made Giselle stronger than any other kingdom ruled by a senate. On top of that, Maven became a part of Giselle, making Giselle the biggest kingdom in the southern continent. Among the 7 kingdoms in the southern continent, Maven and Giselle became one. As a result, 7 kingdoms became 6 kingdoms. With King of the Night, Saber's help, we managed to broker peace between Pririd and Myril. So we didn't need to send out troops to fight Pririd, said Tiberius. General Quintus worked for Fabia, who was working for Saber, so General Quintus became Michael's subordinate without him knowing. Gaia talked about initiating Quintus into the order as he was a fierce warrior and could be a valuable asset to them. However, Michael needed time to assess everyone's opinion of Quintus. He invaded Aria's homeland and turned them into slaves. Plus, he killed Heimberg, which gained Tiberius' wrath. Therefore, they might not be so welcoming to Quintus. In fact, Michael wouldn't be surprised if Aria or Tiberius wanted Quintus dead. At that time, Michael would have to end Quintus' life not to piss his subordinates off, especially Aria, whose life was turned upside down because of him. As for Kivin, Zoril and Nettis, if you don't know about these kingdoms are called Trident of the Southern Continent, ruled by kings instead of senates, Gaia explained to the newcomers. Continue, said Gaia as Tiberius went on. They don't meddle with the Senate-ruled kingdoms. If I may, Dark Lord, Sadie raised her hand. I heard the 3 kings had met each other in secret. Also, I've been hearing from my girls each kingdom is bolstering its military and defense, said Sadie. As the Queen of Whispers, she was tasked to learn what was happening in the world as much as she could using the Silvermoon girls. Sadie recruited girls and sent them to every single kingdom in the world to learn rumors and information from the nobles. The Silvermoon girls were extremely efficient in gathering information and secrets from drunken nobles. Under their charm and beauty, the nobles opened up, and secrets flowed out of their mouths like a river. Do you know why they met? Asked Gaia. Not yet, Dark Queen. But I put my best girls to work. We will have something soon, said Sadie. As I was saying, they don't meddle with the Senate-ruled kingdoms. In other words, we do not have anyone to wage war on. An unused blade will eventually go blunt. So I'd like to request the undead to fight, Dark Lord. Tiberius made an unusual request to Michael. Michael thought about Tiberius' request for a few moments. He certainly couldn't go wage a war against a kingdom just to train his army. Even if the 3 kingdoms were bolstering their defense and army, it wasn't enough to wage war against them. Sometimes they might do this because of Michael's existence in the southern continent. Dalar. Michael turned his gaze toward the orc at the table. I can definitely spare some undead for training, Dark Lord. But where do I send them? We cannot let the world see our undead, said Dalar. Cover them with armor, Michael simply said. Michael remembered Gaia's words about getting them a dedicated pocket dimension for their army to enter and train. Unfortunately, creating a pocket dimension was not that easy, even for a 6-star runemaster. Once again, the system could solve this problem if it didn't go offline. But for now, covering the undead with armor had to do. That's all for my part, Dark Lord, said Tiberius. Give a report about the army to her later, said Michael as Tiberius nodded. After Tiberius finished his report, Michael turned his gaze toward Corey. Unfortunately, we are not lucky as King of War, Corey sighed. Our ships are getting attacked often by the Guardians and some unknown ships. They use a hit-and-run tactic. Corey's eyes burned with frustration and anger. Unknown ships. Michael tilted his head. He wasn't surprised by the Guardian ships. Unlike these unknown ships, one should fear the unknown the most. Michael recalled Spectre's words in his mind. I ordered my men to catch one and interrogate them, but those bastards killed themselves before my men could catch them. The poison they used didn't even spare their bodies. By the time my men reached them, there was nothing but ashes. Michael creased his brows hearing about these men. Next time you spot one of these ships, contact me immediately, said Michael. Yes, Dark Lord, Corey bowed. Is there something else? Gaia asked after seeing the troubled look on Corey's face. Sorry to be the bearer of problems, Dark Queen, Corey sighed. It's okay. We are here to find solutions to problems. Tell me what's bothering you? Asked Gaia. We need a safe report for our ships. I've been thinking if we could anchor our ships in the dark ocean, it'd be better. At the moment, The lightning storm and the climate in the dark ocean made it impossible for a ship to sail to the floating mountain. Instead, all the ships Corey had been building were anchored on her island. The more ships she built, the more attention she drew from the Guardian Guild. Hence, Corey wanted a safer place for the ships to anchor. What could be a better place than the place where the Dark Lord is? So you want our help with the lightning storm? Asked Gaia as Corey nodded. Gaia turned her head to see Ghost's reaction. He remained as calm as ever. After a while, he opened his mouth. For a while, keep the ships on your island. I will tell you when to sail and when the right time comes, said Michael. Michael had been thinking about shifting his naval army to the Dark Ocean for a while. However, the Dark Ocean's weather stopped him from doing so. This was yet another problem that the system could solve. Although he was a god, he didn't have the power to control the weather as much as he liked to. The lightning storm and the weather made the floating mountain an impenetrable fortress. Disabling them would leave them vulnerable. Hence, Michael wanted to find a way for the ships to be immune to the lightning storm and the weather. Even Michael's Big Bertha was anchored at Corey's Island instead of the Dark Ocean. Ever since Michael went to the Genric family, he didn't have enough time to equip Big Bertha with new weaponry. Now that Michael had acquired the Elven rune, and the system's offline period would soon come to an end, he could finally give the ship what it truly deserves. Yes, Dark Lord, Corey bowed. Have you seen the Empress ships? Asked Michael. For some reason, Michael suddenly thought of the Elven Empress. No, Dark Lord. Corey shook her head. After Corey, Michael looked at a familiar face. He couldn't help smiling. How are you, Eve? Asked Michael. Chapter 767. Each with their own problem too. Eve would have hugged him tight if it wasn't for the crowd around her. She couldn't care less about what the world was saying about Ghost. To her, he was the only one who helped her and her family when they needed help the most. He might be the Dark Lord to the world, but to her, he was her best friend. Michael's warm smile spoke more than words. Should I address you, the Dark Lord, as everyone else? Asked Eve. You know what, I will. After all, I decided to join your order. Michael knew better than to argue with her. To be honest, he was happy she made her decision to follow him. She chose him over her family and everyone she knew. That kind of friendship really warmed Michael's heart. I won't stop you then, Michael smiled. Many of the subordinates saw Michael smile for the first time. It was a pity Eve couldn't absorb the cosmic energy. Regardless, she reached the fusion stage with Michael's abundant supply of potions and pills. Don't let me stop your meeting. Carry on, said Eve as Michael nodded and turned his gaze to Gibson. After absorbing the cosmic energy, even Gibson was able to break through into the fusion stage. Dark Lord, Dark Queen. Gibson bowed toward Gaia and Michael. My fellow members of the Order. Gibson showed respect toward the other members with the bow. I've been hunting down the rogue pirate ships as you ordered me to. Since I was blessed with the title of King of the Skies, I received enough supplies to build our very first airship. It's far from complete, but the construction is going on full swing. If I may ask, Dark Lord, I'd like our own shipyard to build our airships, Gibson requested Michael. Gaia already mentioned to him Gibson was asking for a dedicated shipyard. Since they promised Gibson they would help him command an air force, Michael was obliged to build Gibson more airships. But to build them, they needed special shipyards instead of the shipyards used to build ships that sail on water. Luckily, the floating mountain came with an enormous amount of land. Michael could build an airship yard if he allocated enough gold coins to Gibson. Finish the first airship, and then you will have your own airship yard, said Michael. So have you come across any of these unknown ships that Corey mentioned? Asked Michael. Yes, Dark Lord. But the results were the same. Slippery bastards killed themselves and set fire to their ship before we could get to them. Michael rubbed his chin. Do the same as I told Corey. If you spot one, contact me ASAP, Gibson nodded. Michael then looked at Sadie as he wanted to hear how Sadie was doing. Sadie cleared her throat before speaking. With my fusion stage cultivation level, I am in the top 5 to become the next sect leader, Sadie proudly said. Who's on the selection board? Have any ideas? Asked Gaia. Sadie's eyes widened. Just the Dark Queen's look was enough for Sadie to know what she was planning. Sadie was speechless. But under the Dark Queen's piercing gaze, Sadie had no choice but to tell her the truth. Elders, sect leader, and an ancestor of the Silvermoon founder, said Sadie. This ancestor, how strong is he? Asked Gaia. Immortal, said Sadie. Michael thought about Sadie's selection for a few moments. Although Sadie was proving to be a valuable asset, she could help him more if she was to become the sect leader. How confident are you to make the final cut? Asked Michael. Sadie hesitated for a moment, which told Michael she wasn't 100% confident. In other words, she needed his help. To Sadie's surprise, Gaia had a strange smile on her face. Who is the most likely to become the next sect leader? Asked Gaia. Clara Galganic. The Guardian Guild is backing her. Then let us worry about making you the next sect leader, said Gaia. She had already formed a plan in her mind. These little things were beneath Michael's attention. Hence he let Gaia or someone else take care of it. After Sadie, Michael decided to talk to Arya. While he was in the Genric family, Gaia recruited rogue cultivators, adventurers, and some soldiers who deserted and turned them into fledgling assassins. Under Gaia's training and Michael's guidance, they became deadly assassins in no time. However, they still had a long way to go. These recruits were put under Arya and functioned as the new assassin guild. Whenever a member of the order needed someone out of their way, they just had to contact Arya, and she would take care of the rest. If she was tasked to kill someone stronger than her, then she would request Gaia's aid. Until now, Arya had never failed a contract put on someone. I have almost nothing to report, Dark Lord, said Arya. It wasn't a surprise since Arya was tasked to search and kill. Most of the time, she would be in the floating mountain, training with her team. Michael simply nodded. Now that he had returned, Michael allocated some time to train Arya to make her a better assassin. After Arya, Dalar began to report to Michael. I am currently working on transforming a typical undead into an alpha undead. Thanks to the King of War and King of the Southern Continent, I've been getting an ample supply of criminals, Dalar said with a devilish grin. As he said, Tiberius and Caius secretly teleported criminals and scumbags in the Southern Continent to the crypt, where Dalar transformed them into undead. With the vampires and their blood samples, Dalar was on the verge of creating a new breed of undead. Unfortunately, he needed more resources, such as gold coins and runes from Aladir. His research was like a black hole that kept sucking gold coins more and more. Anyone would have stopped funding Dalar a long time ago. However, Gaia saw potential in his research. Hence, she kept funding their research. Dark Lord, we need space for our undead army. The forest is running out of space. Let me guess, you want your own pocket dimension, Michael chuckled. I will certainly appreciate it, Dark Lord. Dalar scratched the back of his head. I bet you will, said Gaia. After Dalar, Michael continued talking to each subordinate of his. They all had their own needs and requests except Maxine. She had state-of-the-art mining equipment to mine arch-energy crystals. With Mugashuka's blessing, they mined deeper into Stormville Mountain. Every shipment was directly teleported to the Dark Ocean via a portal. Titus and Optimus established a store that deals in information. They used the store to buy and sell information. It wasn't a new idea in this world. For instance, Lord Information dealt exclusively with information. Titus and Optimus were interested in information regarding special items, artifacts, and powerful objects. They also made connections throughout Elon and Azer to acquire rare goods for the Order. Michael spent almost 2 hours with his subordinates. After the meeting, Gaia went to another hall to initiate new members into the Order, including Eve. While she was with the new recruits, Michael headed outside, looking for someone. When he reached outside, he leaped into the air. In a few blinks of an eye, Michael reached the top of the waterfall. Unlike the first time he came, now the place was littered with colorful flowers and plants. The air smelled lilac and roses. He walked along the stream, enjoying the fragrance in the air. Eventually, Michael reached a tiny pond surrounded by red orchids. He saw a little girl meditating before the pond. Her ears slightly twitched after hearing Michael's footsteps. The little girl abruptly opened her eyes. Michael patiently waited for her to turn around. Brother Ghost! The little girl shouted with pure joy. She hopped toward Michael like a bunny and crashed into him. Cindy, Michael lifted the girl by her arms and kissed her soft bubbly cheek. She showered Michael with kisses. Despite what everyone said about Ghost, Raylene took Cindy and her brother Rummy and arrived at the floating mountain with Ricky and Daniel. Raylene knew better than many how kind-hearted Ghost was. Even if he was evil, she would wholeheartedly follow him to hell. Ever since then, Raylene had been living on the floating mountain with Cindy. She served Michael as the castle chef. With the abundance of resources and Gaia's guidance, Cindy had reached core formation stage level 6. Where have you been? People said so many bad things about you, brother Ghost, Cindy purred, resting her head on his shoulder. Did you believe any of it? Asked Michael. Nope. I know my brother. Every coin has two sides, Cindy. They do not know why I did what I did, said Michael. Cindy was not a little girl anymore. She was growing up, and Michael wanted her to face reality, rather than live in ignorance. I know, Cindy pecked him on the cheek. Michael carried Cindy on his shoulder and strolled around the mini-garden. Spending time with Cindy was a breath of fresh air after the intense meeting with the Order. Since Cindy had reached the core formation stage, he taught her how to fly. They flew across the skies until Michael was called to the castle by Adelia. They thought they were going to surprise Michael with a feast. But he could smell Raylene's cooking from a mile away. Still, Michael pretended to be surprised for the sake of Gaia and Raylene. Chapter 768. An old enemy. Michael was on his way to the feast hall when he met Raylene. She greeted Michael with a relieved sign. She was worried sick about him while he was gone. Master. Raylene almost called him Master Ghost as usual. Realizing he was called the Dark Lord by everyone here, she swallowed her words. She awkwardly smiled at Michael. Michael relieved the tension with a friendly hug. I am glad you chose to come here, said Michael. It's the least I can do. You can call me Master Ghost as usual, Michael whispered into her ears. Michael put his arm around Raylene and walked toward the feast hall. Even from the outside, he could sense the liveliness inside. The air smelled of baked buns and roasted meat. Michael felt hungry just by taking a whiff of the air. Is everyone okay for you here? Michael asked Raylene. I have no complaints, Master Ghost. Except for the weather, it's always dark and gloomy here, Michael chuckled. Well, it comes with the territory of being the god of darkness. Raylene's eyes widened. Her body shivered. So is it true, Master Ghost? Are you really a god, as Lady Gaia says? Asked Raylene. Yes, said Michael. He saw no reason to hide his true identity anymore. But after hearing Michael's words, Raylene's face lost its color. Her mind went completely blank. Michael expected this reaction. At first, even he was shocked. Who would think of them as a god? When Michael learned he was the god of darkness, he couldn't even think straight. Fortunately, Michael had a long time to come to terms with his true nature. Don't worry. You will get used to it soon. Michael rubbed Raylene's shoulder. He was about to open the doors when Michael heard a commotion outside. The sound of metal clashing and blood splattering resonated in the air. Michael turned around. Go inside and stay with the others, Michael said. The gentle smile disappeared from his face. Instead, he seemed cold and murderous. Raylene did not argue with him. She immediately opened the door, squeezing herself into the hall. After Raylene closed the door, Michael slowly made his way outside. Intruder. Kill her. Don't let her into the castle. Sound the alarm. Arg. Michael heard screams. As he was nearing the exit, Michael saw the dwarves running toward him, seeking shelter in the underground. My lord. Michael heard Azazel's voice in his head. It's her, said Azazel. I will take care of her, Michael said. He was nonchalant. Michael faced an army of guardians without breaking a sweat. So what could a single woman do to him? In fact, Michael had been expecting this ever since he revealed himself. He was surprised it took a year for her to decide to do something. When Michael stepped outside, he saw a smoky black figure attacking the vampires in the sky. The vampires in the air were at the soul refining stage. Hence they stood no chance against a fusion stage cultivator. However, the energy radiation around the smoky figure was unstable. It was as though she had used some forbidden method to boost her cultivation. The smoky figure noticed Michael on the ground. Michael saw a pair of ruby-like eyes glimmering under the dark hood. The figure resembled banshees in the legends. On top of its smoky figure, it had a screeching voice that hurt everyone's ears when it screamed. Before it could descend to the ground, a vampire tried to attack the figure from behind. The figure clutched the vampire's neck without even turning around. The vampire squirmed under the figure's clutch. The figure slowly turned around as though it wanted Michael to watch what was about to happen. Michael watched the figure bite the vampire's neck. The vampire's body shriveled as the figure sucked all the blood from the vampire. The more blood the figure sucked, the stronger it became. However, Michael didn't even bat an eye. Unless the figure could somehow become level 10 immortal, Michael had no worries. He waited for the figure to stop drinking blood. What in the actual fuck is happening here? Michael looked over his shoulder to see Gaia walking toward him with several black armored soldiers. Let me deal with this. Michael raised his hand, stopping them from attacking the figure. Dark Lord. The figure turned its gaze back at Michael. It slowly removed its black hood, revealing grayish skin and blood-red eyes. Unlike Gaia, Michael immediately recognized the figure. The last time he met the figure, she was in her bridal clothes. Fabia Viriduis. Michael calmly uttered her name. The name rang a bell in Gaia's mind. Gaia thought Fabia died in the explosion along with her father, Viridius, and the other senators. Despite the messy gray hair, vampire fangs, and gray skin, Gaia recognized Fabia. There was no mistaking. It was Fabia Viridius. Gaia wondered where the hell she came from. You killed my father. You have a blood debt to settle, Fabia said, descending to the ground. The black armored soldiers and Michael's subordinates trembled with anger. Michael raised his arm, wordlessly telling them to back off. Usually Michael would simply let his men deal with threats like this. But Fabia's matter was different. She came to his domain and challenged him. It would be a sign of weakness if he didn't accept her challenge. Face me in a duel. Fabia unsheathed a sword emanating a thick bloody aura. Michael could see the glowing runes on the blade. The sword seemed like it could kill an immortal. Suddenly, everyone has an immortal killing weapon, Michael sighed. He just looked over his shoulder as everyone moved backward, making space for Fabia and Michael. Everyone thought Fabia was crazy to challenge the Dark Lord. Since it was a duel, neither of them could use spells or cultivation. Otherwise, Michael could kill her with a single spell. Come at me. Michael gestured at Fabia to make her first move. Without a single thought, Fabia dashed at Michael. Her eyes glistened with rage. It was obvious she was waiting for a year for this moment. Even Saber had no idea she was holding a grudge against the Dark Lord. He told her not to mess with the Dark Lord, but here she is, doing exactly what Saber told her not to. When the sword was just a few inches away from Michael's head, he swayed his body to the side, evading the sword. She was quick but not quick enough to attack Michael. Too slow. Michael slapped the back of her head. The force of Michael's slap sent her flying a couple of meters. As she hit the ground, she coughed up blood. The sword almost slipped off Fabia's hands. The subordinates weren't surprised by the Dark Lord's power. After all, it was expected of him. Fabia managed to pick herself up. Her grip on the sword tightened. Yet again, she dashed at Michael. There was no finesse or technique in her movements but utter rage. She hoped to hit Michael as she swung the sword left and right. Michael evaded every single slash with ease. He waited for an opening to finish this duel without dragging it. He saw no point in it. In a few seconds, Fabia swung her sword at least 50 times. After a while, her movements slowed. Michael simply grabbed Fabia's sword hand. He lifted her off the ground by her hand and threw her in the air. He waited for her to come down. When she was within his arm's reach, Michael swung his body, kicking her in the head. Michael slowly walked toward her. Fabia looked over her shoulder and swung her sword at lightning speed. Her vampire powers gave her speed beyond any mortal limits. Unfortunately for her, Michael was a god. He saw through her move even before she made it. He slightly bent backward, evading the sword. He just flicked the sword as it flew out of Fabia's hand. Michael felt pity for Fabia deep down. According to Saber, she was a talented scholar and a freaky scientist who made the plague possible. He could have used her expertise only if she forgo her hatred toward him. But when Michael put himself in her shoes, he could understand her feelings. He killed her father and destroyed her entire life. Every time she woke up and looked at herself in the mirror, her hatred only grew stronger. But now that she challenged him openly and killed one of his men in front of him, Michael had no choice but to kill her. He decided to absorb her soul using the Soul Eater. "It'll be over quick," said Michael. He grabbed her by the arms and pulled her closer. To Michael's surprise, she spat a mouthful of blood at Michael. The blood temporarily hindered Michael's sight. He quickly used a flash of dark flames to vaporize the blood on his face. Fabia felt an intense heat on her face for a moment. She tried to escape his hold, only to fail. At that moment, she knew she was going to die. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, she broke into a devilish peal of laughter. It surprised everyone as there was no reason for her to laugh. An ordinary person would shiver in fear. But she was no ordinary man at all. In fact, she expected defeat at the hands of the Dark Lord. Her end goal was not to kill the Dark Lord, but to avenge her father by any means necessary. If her death could avenge her father, she would gladly die. Michael was about to use the Soul Eater when he saw a bright glimmer in her eyes. His neck hair stood up, warning him about a threat. The space around him was distorted. This feeling was familiar to Michael. He immediately cast the Silenes to slow down the time. "Gaia, do not do anything while I am gone. It's an order," Michael said to Gaia through the earpiece. The words reached her as the Silenes spell's effect faded away. The very next moment, Michael and Fabia were sucked into a vortex that appeared suddenly in the air. Before they disappeared completely, Fabia coughed up blood. Chapter 769. Capturing the Dark Lord again. Everything went dark around Michael for a moment. When the light returned to his sight, he was standing inside a glass room. Fabia stood a few meters before him, leaning against the glass. Her gut had a fist-sized hole, and blood oozed down from Michael's hand. But not a single drop of blood trickled down from Fabia's wound. Her skin around the wound was burnt. Death was nearing her. No healing potion in the world could heal her within a few moments to save her life. Michael watched the light of life fade away from Fabia's eyes. He waited for someone to come to her rescue. As far as Michael's eyes could see, there was nothing but smoky air with specks of ember outside. He vaguely saw a fuming volcano in the distance. Fire realm? Michael asked himself. He tried to contact Gaia through the earpiece, but strangely, the earpiece didn't work. In fact, he didn't feel any energy around him at all. While Michael was looking around the cage, Fabia collapsed down. She tried to say something to Michael, yet no words escaped her mouth. However, looking at Michael, she smirked. She looked at peace as though she had avenged her father. Michael touched the thick glass between him and the outside. Judging by how sturdy the glass was, Michael knew he wouldn't be able to break it. He couldn't even access his space ring. It felt like he was teleported right beside Mugashuku, where he would feel powerless and weak. Despite everything, Michael remained calm. Finally, Michael heard footsteps. He slowly turned around. To his surprise, Alicia and a young man with a face like a monkey stood outside the cage. Norvin looked a bit flustered, almost wanting to save Fabia. On the contrary, Alicia didn't even bother to take a look at Fabia's dead body. Her piercing gaze was on Michael. Michael rolled his eyes. "It's you." Michael almost hated himself for falling into Alicia's trap. "Welcome to your worst nightmare," Alicia said coldly. Both of them walked toward each other. Unlike Alicia, Michael had a smile on his face. "Every time we play this game, you Guardians end up with nothing but blood on your hands," said Michael. If he remembered correctly, this was the third time the Guardians trapped him. The only difference this time was Michael did not expect or plan his capture. It became clear to Michael that he had to plan his escape on the go. But seeing Alicia calmed his mind. If she planned this, he knew there would definitely be holes he could exploit to escape. Good thing he didn't see Noah. For some reason, Michael didn't think Noah was involved in this plan. Otherwise, he would have tried to save Fabia. "How is your brother, by the way?" Michael asked with a ridiculing smirk. "Good. Doing better than you at the moment." Alicia remained calm, which surprised Michael. "Someone's doing better in anger management," Michael smiled. "I can't wait to wipe that smirk off your face," Alicia threatened Michael. Norvin saw Ghost lifting Fabia's dead body by her head. He showed Fabia's dead face like a puppet to Alicia. They didn't know what he was hoping to do with Fabia's dead body. Suddenly, Michael bashed her head against the glass. Alicia's body jerked as she took a step back. Her subconscious mind dictated her movement. He bashed Fabia's head again and again on the glass until the head became a puppy mess. Blood trickled down the glass as Michael drew a smiley face on the blood. "Fucking bastard," Alicia growled. "I promise you, this will end in more bloodshed," said Michael. Norvin's heart skipped a beat. No one freaked him out as the Dark Lord did. In Norvin's mind, Ghost was the exact opposite of Noah in every way. In simple words, Ghost was evil Noah. It made sense to Norvin since Ghost was the god of darkness and Noah was the god of light. Norvin hoped this cage would hold him. He would have been more confident in this plan if Noah knew about this. "And I promise you it will be your blood." Alicia banged the glass. When she locked her gaze with his eyes, images of what her family had gone through since the battle tournament flashed across her eyes. Until now, Peter remained supervised and locked in his own home. Noah chose not to meddle in Peter's case as Noah believed Peter was in the wrong and deserved punishment for his vigilante actions. Alicia slowly stepped back. A slow grin emerged on her cold face. Soon, she flicked her wrist as golden chains materialized inside the cage out of thin air. They flew at Michael, coiling around his wrists. It stretched out Michael's arms. He felt the chains tightening. The glass between them slowly slid open as Alicia stepped inside the cage. To Michael's surprise, her soul-refining stage cultivation didn't waver. Apparently, the cage only affected his cultivation somehow. Without a doubt, he was at a disadvantage. Alicia clenched her fist and punched him in the face as fast as she could. "Alicia!" Norvin tried to stop, but Alicia sent Norvin out of the cage with a blast of energy wave. Before Norvin could come to his senses, the cage slid closed. "Is that the best you could do?" Michael spat down the little bit of blood in his mouth. Alicia's eyes glistened with uncontrollable rage. She swung her fist left and right. Michael's vision became blurry after receiving almost the 60th punch from Alicia. Despite everything, Michael still had a smile on his face. With blood covering his teeth, he looked like a grinning devil. "Alicia, stop!" Norvin shouted from outside. However, Alicia did not heed his words. Instead, she kept punching Michael until her hands went numb. "Are you tired?" Michael snickered. "You should work on your stamina." Michael moved his neck left and right as it made cracking noises. His face was almost covered in blood and swollen. Michael avoided using the APD so she wouldn't notice anything strange. Because of that, her punches did a number on his face. His nose was cracked, eyes were swollen, lips were cut, and a wisdom tooth began to shake inside his mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" Michael heard a voice. He looked over Alicia's shoulders to see Mutrad and a few others descending from the sky. Mutrad's eyes widened seeing Michael inside the cage. Alicia wiped Michael's blood off her pearl-white robes. "Just testing if the cage works," Alicia replied to Mutrad in her usual cold tone. Seeing the sea folks, Michael realized the plan of Alicia might be theirs, not the Guardian Guild's. TSK, Michael tooted. Michael chuckled as they all locked their gazes with Michael. "If you have something to do with this, I strongly recommend you undo this." "I have no quarrel with the sea folks, don't create one," Michael said. If he had spoken these words before the Black Day, Mutrad would have laughed it off. However, after witnessing the entire island, along with hundreds of guardians, getting destroyed by the Dark Lord, Mutrad couldn't help shivering deep down. The last thing Mutrad wanted was a massacre in his homeland. Obviously, this wasn't Mutrad's plan. Instead, he was just sent here to oversee the Dark Lord's capture by his elders. Mutrad preferred planning with Noah more than his elders. For some reason, they didn't realize what the Dark Lord was capable of. "Shut up." Alicia punched Michael in the face to shut him up. Every punch made Michael want to kill her more. Until now, Michael never wanted to kill Alicia, but she managed to change that successfully. Norvin saw the glimmering killing intent in his eyes. He really started to fear for Alicia's life. "I did say don't approach him until we are here, didn't I?" asked Mutrad. He knew the history between Alicia and Ghost. Hence, Mutrad recommended the elders against bringing her into this mission. However, The elders did not listen to him. For some reason, they were adamant about putting Alicia on this mission. The elders felt she would do necessary things, such as sacrificing Fabia. Step outside the cage. Mutrad gestured at Alicia to leave the cage. Don't worry. We will have a long chat later. Alicia snickered. I hope so, Michael answered her calmly. He didn't give her the satisfaction of showing his anger. So what's the plan here, Mutrad? Michael asked Mutrad. I think you mistook your position here, Ghost, if that's your real name. Only I ask the questions here and you do the answering. What if I don't? Are you going to kill me? Believe me, you can't, said Michael. Who said anything about killing? Michael saw a strange smile on Mutrad's face. If they didn't want to kill him, what were they after? Michael asked himself. It seemed like the only way for him to find out was to go along with Mutrad. Suddenly, something rattled the cage. Mutrad lost his balance for a while. Michael noticed the cage ascending to the sky. Outside the cage, Norvin was pushing the cage upward all by himself. This is not going to end well for you, Mutrad, said Michael. Despite the fear in Mutrad's heart, he remained calm. Thanks to the Sky Hall for giving them this special cage, Mutrad didn't need to worry about the Dark Lord escaping. As long as the Dark Lord stayed within the cage, he couldn't use any of his powers. According to the Sky Hall ambassador, this cage was specially made for the Dark Lord. Mutrad just hoped it would contain him as long as they wanted. I will escape. As though Michael had read his mind, he said to Mutrad. Michael's words completely caught Mutrad off guard. Eventually the cage stopped moving. Mutrad left the cage, leaving Michael behind. Inside the cage, Michael tried to establish contact with Gaia but failed. How long are you planning to stay offline, system? 3 weeks. Michael's eyes widened. He heard the system's voice for the first time since 11 months ago. It immediately put a smile on Michael's face. 3 more weeks. Then we'll be back, Michael mumbled under his breath. Chapter 770. Mutrad's fear. 2 weeks had passed since Michael's capture. His cage was teleported inside a floating palace above the volcanic mountain. The ground beneath the cage was wide open. If someone wanted, they could drop the cage right into the volcano with a single push of the button. Inside the cage, Michael was doing one-arm push-ups to keep himself healthy. A burly man accompanied by Mutrad broke Michael's right arm. He twisted Michael's armor into 360 degrees. Over the past 2 weeks, they had been asking Michael about a portal to the higher realms. Michael had zero clues about any higher realms. After Michael finished his 300th push-up, he noticed Alicia and Mutrad through the glass. Michael stood up. Michael looked rugged with a long thick beard and long hair. His right arm just swayed along his body lifelessly. Before they entered the cage, the golden chains materialized inside the cage and coiled around Michael's wrist. An invisible force pushed Michael down to his knees. Seeing Michael in this state lightened Alicia's mood. Mutrad flicked his wrist as a chair appeared before Michael. Mutrad sat down and leaned forward toward Michael. Did you change your mind? Asked Mutrad. You are going to be here for a long, long time. So do yourself a favor and tell us what we want. In return, I will make sure your life gets easier in here, said Mutrad. You don't have to worry about me, Mutrad. If I were you, I'd worry about everyone here, Michael calmly answered Mutrad. Come on, Ghost. Open your eyes and look around. You cannot escape this cage. Mutrad rolled his eyes. Let me get the answers from him, Alicia growled. Michael chuckled. It's cute, Mutrad frowned. What is? The two of you, Michael gawked between them. One tries to play the good one, and the other is trying to be the bad one. This is the problem with this whole thing. You can break a stone with a chisel but not a mountain. But we can break your other arm, Alicia coldly said. And I bet you would. Engrave these moments in your mind deeply. Because soon, you're going to regret everything, said Michael. He did not hide his killing intent. Mutrad became silent, hoping this cage would hold him forever. Because if he escaped the cage, there was no doubt he would slaughter everyone in the castle. He could only imagine what he would do to everyone who guards the castle. Alicia punched Michael in the face. Blood and spit sprayed out from Michael's mouth. Michael spat out the remaining blood in his mouth. He cracked his neck, but did not show any signs of anger on his face. Tell us about the portal, Ghost. We know you can open the portal. You are a god, aren't you? Asked Mutrad. Tell me why exactly. I would tell you anything, Michael snickered. You know I believe him. He can't open the portal. In fact, I don't even think he knows where it is. I mean, look at him. You told me he is a god. But he doesn't look like a god to me. Alicia coldly laughed at Michael. She wanted to make him mad. Ever since he was captured, Alicia wanted to mess with his mind. She tried to assault him physically, ridicule him, and even threaten the people in Rivertown. However, nothing brought out the anger inside Michael. Instead, Michael remained as calm as ever. Only he knew what he was planning to do to Alicia. If you don't know about the portal, what do you know about the higher realms? Mutrad asked Michael. Unlike Alicia, Mutrad restrained himself from crossing any limit with the Dark Lord. Nothing, Michael shrugged. If you want to know more about the higher realms, you should ask Noah Winston. As soon as Michael uttered his name, Alicia punched Michael yet again. This time several times harder than before. Do not speak his name, Alicia growled. He is a god, isn't he? Plus, he has a wise old grandpa with him. Michael saw a strange uneasiness in Mutrad's eyes. He doesn't know about all this, does he? Michael grinned. I am not surprised. I know he is easy to manipulate, but he is not stupid enough to do this. Michael turned his gaze to Alicia. When I kill everyone here, all that blood will be on your hands. I promise you Noah wouldn't take your side. Alicia punched Michael again, but Michael did not stop talking. Why do you think Noah fell in love with every beauty he meets on his path? Because you are not good enough for him. If you love two people at the same time, choose the second. Because if you really loved the first one, you wouldn't have fallen for the second. The temperature around them dropped by several degrees. Alicia's eyes glimmered with rage. She grabbed Michael's hair and raised her fist in the air. Alicia, restrain yourself, Mutrad warned Alicia. But he couldn't stop her from repeatedly punching Michael. He became an outlet for Alicia's rage. Michael laughed as she kept punching. 5 more days. Mutrad heard these words escape Michael's mouth. Alicia, stop. Mutrad grabbed Alicia's hand, stopping her. What did you say? Asked Mutrad. Michael breathed heavily. He could barely keep his eyes open. Blood oozed out from his mouth. But the grin remained still on his face. Mutrad lifted Michael's head up. 5 more days, Michael mumbled. What 5 more days? Enjoy this while it lasts, Michael slowly said. I am going to slaughter every single one here. It's gonna be a real bloodbath. Mutrad looked into Michael's eyes and saw no signs of lying. He was pretty serious. Mutrad panicked. The Dark Lord seemed so sure about escaping. His track record proved the Dark Lord has several trump cards up his sleeves. He is bluffing in pain, Alicia growled. Am I? Asked Michael. And I have something special planned for you, Alicia. But I will give you a clue. You're going to beg me to kill you. She was about to punch Michael when Mutrad stopped her. We are leaving. Mutrad dragged Alicia out of the cage. When they stepped out, the golden chains disappeared, releasing Michael. The glass closed. After leaving the cage, Mutrad did not even turn back to see the Dark Lord. Eventually, Mutrad and Alicia reached a brightly lit room with several tables. Every single table had a mound of scrolls and parchment. Don't tell me you believed his bluff. Alicia rolled her eyes. He is not bluffing, said Mutrad. I've lived long enough to tell the difference between a bluff and truth. He is not kidding. He is not going anywhere. He would have escaped by now if he could, said Alicia. Besides, the elders of the Sky Hall gave us this cage. But where the hell are they? If the Dark Lord poses such a threat to the world, why aren't they here? Mutrad questioned Alicia. Ever since Mutrad met the representatives of the Sky Hall, he had been asking this question himself. They described what the Dark Lord would do in great detail. Simply put, he would end the world they knew and put the world into eternal darkness. At first, Mutrad believed them. But with time, they seemed to have less interest in the Dark Lord. Mutrad's gut instinct told him that Sky Hall had more problems than the Dark Lord. His instincts proved to be right when the Sky Hall elders ordered Mutrad to interrogate the Dark Lord about a portal to ascend to higher realms. Instead of finding a way to kill the Dark Lord and end the threat, they were focused on getting information about this strange portal to higher realms. They had been asking the Dark Lord about this portal for 2 weeks. They tried to ask him nicely, tortured him, waterboarded him, and even broke his arm. Yet they got nothing from the Dark Lord. Unlike Alicia, Mutrad believed the Dark Lord when he said he knew nothing about a portal or how to open one. And why didn't they want Noah to know about everything? If Noah knew about this, then his sister Rowena would too. Why don't the Sky Hall want their holy maiden to know about the Dark Lord's capture? There is something really shady going on between the Dark Lord and the Sky Hall. We shouldn't get involved in this. Alicia sensed a tinge of fear in Mutrad's voice. Are you hearing yourself right now, Mutrad? You came from your homeworld to capture the Dark Lord. My people are more important to me than the Dark Lord, Alicia. We both saw what happened to Ithilin. I don't want my homeworld to become the next Ithilin. Then nothing is stopping you from leaving this place. I can handle myself. Mutrad failed to find words. He remained silent for a while. We need to bolster the defense. If he isn't bluffing, we need to be on our guard, said Mutrad. Very well. I'll request Sky Hall to send us some backup. While I am gone, please get your shit together, Mutrad, Alicia said before leaving the room. Mutrad collapsed down on the couch behind him. He took a few deep breaths. What did I get myself into? Mutrad regretted his decision to come to the land from his homeworld. Deep down, Mutrad even thought about cutting a secret deal with the Dark Lord. In the game of kings, only pawns will be sacrificed. Mutrad recalled the Dark Lord's words. I have a bad feeling about this, Mutrad said to himself. He didn't even after receiving backup from the Sky Hall, he would be able to relax. There was a reason why Noah didn't want to make a move against the Dark Lord. Although Mutrad knew only little about Noah, one thing was sure, Noah was searching for something. By chance, this thing went south. Mutrad didn't think Noah would take lightly to Alicia's actions. As far as Mutrad could tell, Noah wasn't the same person he had met a year ago. What's gonna happen in 5 days? Mutrad asked himself. He took a scroll and decided to write a letter to his elders regarding the Dark Lord's words. He hoped this letter would change the elders' mind. Chapter 771. Day of Retribution. Early morning in the Fire Realm was nothing more than the red sky turning redder. The dark smoke from the volcano covered the air, as far as one could see from the floating castle. There were no early singing birds, golden sun rays on the horizon, or fresh air smell. At that moment, Dante was washing his face in front of a mirror. He looked up to see a face with hazel eyes and red hair staring back at him. Dante grinned at his own reflection. He was proud of how dashing he looked in the silver armor. One more day, Dante. One more day, he slowly spoke to himself. Dante was assigned to guard the Dark Lord's cage by Mutrad. It had been 3 weeks since they captured the Dark Lord. Until now, the Dark Lord had done nothing but got tortured by various strangers. Dante got a chance to watch the interrogation, which wasn't pretty. Dante and his team were ordered to guard the castle with complete caution 2 days ago. 50 years had passed since the Arctic Hall assigned him and his team a task. They were one of the elite squads of the Arctic Hall. In Dante's 500 years of life, this was the 3rd time that he was ordered to bring his entire team on a mission. When they were summoned, Dante expected some action. However, he and his team experienced nothing but utter boredom. They stood outside the Dark Lord's cage and watched him getting tortured and beaten. Dante heard so much about this so-called Dark Lord in the mission briefing, yet he seemed weak. The Sky Hall managed to capture him with a single cage. Time to return to my post, Dante sighed. He combed his hair back before leaving the room. He headed for the Dark Lord's cage as usual. On his way, he met several soldiers wearing sky blue armor. Apparently, the Sky Hall sent these soldiers as additional backup to guard the Dark Lord. Eventually, Dante reached a huge metal door flanked by 2 half-immortal guards. They were his men. One of them was a red-haired woman. Hey boss, the red-haired woman greeted Dante with a grin. Anything interesting happened? Asked Dante. If you call Isaac here yawning and bitching about his life action, I have seen plenty of it. The red-haired woman rolled her eyes. I didn't bitch about my life, you bitch. The golden-haired soldier beside the woman snarled. Don't mind Mila. She is just messing with you, Dante chuckled. Open the door. Need to see our prisoner. Mila and Isaac pushed open the door as the runes began to radiate faint light in the door. Opening the door exhausted their strength. It took 2 half-immortals to open the door. After the door opened, Dante saw the Dark Lord's cage. Isaac and Mila gawked at the Dark Lord. 6 other half-immortals stood around the cage. When Dante entered the hall, all of them bowed toward him. Dante nodded as he walked toward the cage. Since this was early morning, he had a chance to see the Dark Lord up closer. Once the interrogators entered the hall, they would send him and his team out of the hall. The Dark Lord seemed calm and collected, leaning against the glass with no worries in the world. "Are you going to try something?" Dante asked the Dark Lord. "Have some patience, my friend," the Dark Lord answered. "I am going in." Seeing Dante talking to the Dark Lord, Mila couldn't stay still. She wanted to have some words with the Dark Lord too. "Hey, wait." Isaac tried to stop her, but she was already on her way toward the cage. "Sorry, boss. I couldn't stay there," said Mila. "It's cool. I don't think something will happen. Am I wrong?" Dante asked the Dark Lord. "Maybe. Maybe not. Come on, dude. Do something. You have so much hype around you," said Mila in a playful tone. "You guys have families?" asked the Dark Lord. "Why? You want to threaten us using them? That's cliché, don't you think?" Dante replied to the Dark Lord. "Nah." The Dark Lord slowly shook his head. "I just want to give you some time to talk with your loved ones. After all, when I come outside you will all die." The Dark Lord spoke with a gentle smile as though he was having a normal conversation with them. "Dying will be better than standing out there listening to Isaac bitch about how his woman cheated on him with another man." Mila rolled her eyes. The Dark Lord chuckled. "You guys seem cool. I might feel bad after killing you," said the Dark Lord. "So, is this what you do? Daydreaming all day? This bad boy will hold you here forever." "It sucks to be you," Dante said. "You guys shouldn't believe everything the Sky Hall says. Ask yourselves, if I am their #1 priority, why aren't they here?" Mila and Dante remained silent for a while as the Dark Lord continued. "They didn't send their strongest because they didn't want them dead. Instead, they are using you. I bet except you, the others are just half-immortals." The Dark Lord pointed his finger at Dante. To Dante's surprise, he was right. Except for him, all of his team members are at the half-immortal stage. "If I am not wrong, you are a half-immortal yourself. You might be strong, but no way you can walk past all of us," said Mila. "I am used to creating ways when there is none. If you are hoping your minions will save you, I have bad news for you. No one is coming. The last time I heard, they are not even making an effort to find out where the hell you are," said Dante. To their surprise, the Dark Lord just smiled. "I know. I ordered them not to," said the Dark Lord. Mila frowned. "And why would you do that?" "Because I don't need them." The Dark Lord shrugged. "Well, if you are going to escape, please do it soon. I am getting bored to death here," Dante sighed. "Careful what you wish for, my friend," said the Dark Lord. As they were talking, Dante heard footsteps. He and Mila turned around to see Mutrad, Alicia, Norvin, and a few others walking toward them. "It seems like our small chat is over," said Dante. "A pity." Dante and Mila took a step back from the cage. "I am glad you are here, Alicia." Dante heard the Dark Lord. He saw Alicia's eyes glimmer with cold, murdering intent. For a few moments, they all stood outside and watched the Dark Lord in silence. He slowly stepped toward the glass. "How is Peter doing?" Michael asked Alicia. There was a strange smile on his face. Looking at him, Mutrad couldn't help feeling dreadful. Don't be mad, Alicia. Peter would love to get out of his house. How long till he stepped outside?" Michael rubbed his chin. Suddenly, the runes around and inside the cage flickered. "What's happening?" Mutrad panicked. Alicia frantically looked around as the cage containing Ghost trembled. "Do you know what I like about the runes the most? It's so easy to hack them. You can turn your enemy's weapons against them with a few minor changes," said Michael. Under their shocked gazes, Michael grabbed his broken right arm and jerked it. Mutrad heard the bones inside his arm cracking. In a few moments, he clenched his fists. "How did he heal himself?" Norvin asked. Alicia flicked her wrist, trying to open the cage. However, the cage refused to listen to her commands. Michael turned around. walking toward the center. Stop. Alicia raised her voice. She conjured a sword made of chilling ice. Take one step further, and I will send you straight down into the volcano, Alicia threatened Michael. She pointed her sword at the chains holding the cage. You wouldn't do that. Michael turned around. You want to test me? Alicia growled. Mutrad's mind went blank. He feared something would happen, and it did. To Mutrad's utter shock, a bright light flashed across the cage. They all closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, someone else stood beside the Dark Lord. Peter. Alicia shouted. Where am I? It took Peter a few moments to realize he was teleported from his home. He saw Alicia shouting at him. The others around Alicia looked pale. Hello, Peter. Peter felt a chill when he heard the voice. He recognized the voice almost immediately. How could he now? He was reliving what had happened 2 years ago at the tournament in his mind ever since. He slowly turned his head to see a man with a bushy beard and long hair staring at him. The face seemed unfamiliar to Peter, but those eyes betrayed the person behind all the changes. Ghost. Peter clenched his fist. Seeing Ghost up close, Peter's whole body trembled. The veins in his eye popped, turning his eyes blood red. His life was turned upside down by him. Not only Ghost revealed his identity to the world, but he was humiliated. Ghost literally wiped the floor with him. Those images were eternally etched into his brain. Every time Peter closed his eyes, he saw how Ghost humiliated him in front of thousands of people. Not a single night passed without Peter thinking about ending his life altogether. Only the flame of vengeance kept Peter from doing so. Arg! Peter roared as he threw his fist at Ghost. Before the punch landed on Ghost's face, he simply caught Peter's fist. No, 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 Alicia muttered as she focused all her energy on opening the glass. Yet the glass didn't even move an inch. The runes responsible for opening the cage lost their glimmer. Michael grabbed Peter by his throat and lifted him off the ground. Peter squirmed in his hand as Michael turned his gaze toward Alicia. Peter's face slowly turned pale. He gasped for air. Mutrad, we need your orders, Dante asked Mutrad. We need the cage open now, Norvin shouted. The muscles in Norvin's body bulged as he dashed at the cage to break the glass. I wouldn't do that if I were you. When Norvin was about to punch the glass, Michael stopped him. P1E's visit N0V1BN. NET punched the glass hard enough, and the cage will fall straight down. Peter won't like that, will he? Let him go, Alicia growled. What did I say? Every time we do this dance, it always ends in bloodshed. Chapter 772. System back online. A few hours before Dante and his team came to meet Michael, he was leaning against the glass and waiting for the system to come back online. Come on. Come on. Come on. Michael could barely stand still. He wasn't only feeling excited but an uncontrollable rage to slaughter every single person in the castle. Over the past 3 weeks, they tortured him, asking about a portal to higher realms. Michael had no fucking idea where the portal is or how to open one. However, they were completely wrong, either. With the system, he could open a portal if he needed one. But Michael doubted the current system level would be able to open portals to higher realms. After spending 2 years with the system, Michael had a pretty good idea about the system's capabilities. If it wasn't for the APD slowly healing his body, he would have been in a much worse state. He couldn't wait to see the look on Alicia's face when he paid her back for everything she did. He locked his gaze on the countdown timer in the corner of his sight. In 10 minutes, the system would be back online. With the system reaching level 8, he could finally buy ores and materials to forge new weapons and armor. He needed a pair of swords suitable for the Dark Lord. The 6 guards around the cage had no idea Michael was preparing to break out of the cage. Second by second, the countdown timer moved toward the 10-minute mark. Fortunately, Michael didn't keep anything important in his space ring. But still, Michael hated losing a couple of healing potions, a couple of millions of gold coins, and some spell scrolls. Can't it go any faster? Michael asked himself, looking at the timer. 10 minutes felt like an eternity to him. It had been a year since he interacted with the system. Situations like this made him miss the system the most. Granted, Michael still had some plans in his mind to escape the cage even without the system. But having the system made everything so much easier and more interesting. The system will come online in 5 minutes. Michael smiled when he heard the system. He walked left and right in the cage. Soon, seconds turned minutes, and eventually, Michael heard a loud ringing in his head. His whole body felt an electric bolt running down his spine. He experienced acute pain in every fiber in his body. It felt like his very soul was screaming in pain. But soon, the pain and discomfort turned into a soul-soothing feeling. The system upgrade is completed. Current system level 8.0. The host can now have up to 50 subordinates. The host has received a legendary token to get free 5-star level specialization as a gift for upgrading the system. Finally, Michael almost shouted in excitement. He immediately accessed the system to take a look at his status window. Host, Michael cultivation level. Half immortal level 10 experience points. 0/5/000,000. 26 million experience points remaining to be consumed. Badass points. 2,000,000 skills and spells. Wind Blast, LVL 6 Ultimate Form Level 1 Eyes of Doom. LVL 5 Ultimate Form Level 1 Responsive Shield. LVL 8 Environment Scanning. LVL 8 Ignitia. LVL 8 Ultimate Form Level 1 Silenes. LVL 1 Lightning Dash. LVL 6 Ultimate Form Level 1 Energy Devour. LVL 5 Soul Eater. LVL 5 Death Range. LVL 3 Eyes of Darkness, Normal. Can sense the cultivation level of others. Eyes of Darkness, Lucifer. Can sense the cultivation level of others. Can see through illusions. Cloud of Darkness, Lucifer. Weak-willed enemies will lose their courage completely and surrender. Death range will be 50% more powerful. And if activated in darkness, the host's cultivation level will be boosted 4 levels up regardless of the stage barrier. Wordless Spellcaster, Lucifer. In full Lucifer form, the host just has to think of the spell to cast it. Techniques: Swords of Destiny, 98% Mastery Ring of Fire, 96% Mastery Serpent Maga, 98% Mastery Occupation. Core Disciple of Sunrise Sect, the Guardian of Sunrise Sect, Lord Lucifer of the Abyssal, the Dark Lord, King of Bradford status. Injured goals: Control the world, grow the Order of Death. Utility function: Banker, LVL 5, ratio, 1000 gold coins, 40 badass points, Runic Teleportation, X-ray vision, also integrated with Eyes of Darkness, wealth, 45 million gold. Special trait: 5-star Alchemist, 5-star. Inventor subordinates: Gaia, Warrior, loyalty level 100%, Raylene, 5-star Chef, loyalty level 99%, Arya, Assassin, loyalty level 86%, Dead Heinberg, Warrior, loyalty level 45%, Maxine, Warrior, loyalty level 98%, Tiberius, Warrior, loyalty level 85%, Sadie, loyalty level 70%, Ricky, loyalty level 94%, Daniel, loyalty level 98%, Titus, loyalty level 80%, Optimus, loyalty level 80%, The Big Bertha Crew, Pirates, loyalty level 93%, Base of Operation, The Abyssal, The Crypt, The Dark Ocean Familiars, Nightmare, Royal Dragon, Fedora, 3-headed Hydra, Elemental Manipulation, Wind 30% Mastery, Fire 30% Mastery, Lightning 40% Mastery, Darkness 40% Mastery. The first thing he noticed in the status was the humongous amount of experience points left unconsumed. Over the year, he amassed 2 million badass points, which Michael planned to use to upgrade his spells. Except for Ricky, who lost 5% loyalty, the loyalty level for the others had a leap. Ricky's situation was understandable to Michael, so he didn't mind the 5% drop. The next change was the increase in his elemental manipulation. To be honest, Messiahel felt frustrated with the numbers. It seemed like no matter how much he used them, the rate didn't go as high as Michael would like to. Looks like the host is in deep trouble. Michael heard the system's voice. Welcome back. Michael greeted the system with a friendly tone. It is good to be back. So, are you going to go offline for a long time whenever I upgrade you from now on? Michael asked the system. Of course not. Version 8 brings more functionalities and capabilities. Hence the long upgrade time. Glad to hear that. The system went offline for 1 year and you got yourself captured. To Michael's surprise, the system sounded like Pink, his sidekick back on Earth. Why do you sound like Pink? The system accessed your subconscious mind and picked the voice you desire the most, said the system. It wasn't wrong. He did miss the sound of Pink in his head. The two of them were the deadliest pair on Earth. Speaking of Pink, Michael wondered how she was doing on Earth. Judging by her skill set and the payment she received for each job, she could live a lavish and peaceful life somewhere safe. For now, Michael had to worry about himself more than about others. He wanted to check the system store, but before that, he wanted to contact Gaia. He accessed the system and took out an earpiece. He put it in his ear without the guards seeing. The system requires 500,000 badass points to break the runes that keep you weak. Do it, but don't make it obvious. Also, I want you to make some changes to the runes. Consider it done. The system consumed 500,000 badass points in a blink of an eye. Finally, Michael felt his power growing stronger. However, Michael did not feel relieved or happy as he should be. Instead, he was concerned. If a single cage could make him weak and vulnerable, that was a weakness he should address ASAP. Therefore, Michael decided to take the cage with him to the dark ocean, so Ellider could study the cage and find a solution. Maybe he could even use this against Noah one day. Michael created a windshield around him to prevent the guards from hearing him talk. Gaia. Michael contacted Gaia. Michael. Immediately, Michael heard Gaia's concerned voice. Where the fuck are you? I am worried sick. Tell me where you are. I am coming to get you. Are you in trouble? First relax, said Michael. I'll explain when I get back. But now, I need you to do something for me. I am pretty sure you'd like it. What is it? I want you to Peter's home. Kill any guardian there, and use the teleportation scroll I just put in your space ring. So that bitch has something to do with your disappearance? Asked Gaia. He could feel the killing intent in Gaia's voice. Yeah, and this is payback. You want him alive or dead? Asked Gaia. Alive, said Michael. After Gaia left for Peter's home in Ice Fair, Michael willed the system to use the token for free specialization. The host can now choose one specialization among blacksmithing, rune mastery, engineering, and healing. There was no competition between the choices at all for Michael. He immediately chose blacksmithing. Make me a blacksmith, Messiahel said. He was excited like a kid. As soon as Michael chose the specialization, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. The system etched the knowledge needed to become a 5-star blacksmith in Michael's brain. New knowledge flashed across Michael's mind. He clenched his fist. He felt dizzy. The feeling of becoming a blacksmith was several times worse and more painful than becoming an alchemist. Michael started to notice the flaws in the weapons and armor of the guards around him. The pain lasted for almost 5 minutes. Even his vision blurred. Eventually, his vision slowly cleared. Michael took a few deep breaths. After almost 2 years, Michael finally became a 5-star blacksmith. Congratulations to the host on becoming a 5-star blacksmith, said the system. The host will need a special forge, tools, and materials to start forging weapons and armor. The host can buy a map with all the marked locations of required items for 700,000 badass points. Hold your horses for now, system, said Michael. Until he could escape the fire realm, Michael did not want to spend any badass points. Who knew when he would need the points? A while later, Michael heard Gaia's voice. Hey Michael. Are you there? Go on. I am at the Ice Fair, looking at the Belafort mansion. How do you want me to do this? Silent and clean or loud and messy? Asked Gaia. Silent and messy, said Michael. After you are done, burn the mansion to the ground. Then it's a good thing I brought Nightmare with me, said Gaia. Chapter 773. End of Peter Belafort. Alicia banged the glass between her and Ghost. She poured energy into the rune on her hand to open the cage. However, the glass didn't even budge. Inside the cage, Peter squirmed in Michael's hand. Dante and his team waited for Mutrad's order. The only way to open the cage was through the rune on Alicia's hand. It was a failsafe to prevent someone from opening the cage to aid the Dark Lord. At that moment, this failsafe failed. Michael slowly grabbed Peter's right hand. No! Alicia shouted from outside. Arg! Peter screamed as Michael twisted his arm. The bones broke with a sickening cracking noise. Blood spurted out of Peter's hand. Some broken bone pieces were sticking out of his hand. Peter's scream echoed through the hall. Finally, Dante and his team realized why the entire world feared the Dark Lord. The illuminating orbs around the hall flickered. Slowly, everything grew darker. His long hair fluttered in the wind, giving him an eerie devilish look. Michael did not stop with breaking Peter's hand. He grabbed the broken shoulder and slowly applied pressure. Peter's body trembled in pain. "Before you brought me here, I had no intention to hurt your brother, not at all," Michael said, looking at Alicia. "In fact, I forgot about him. But you couldn't let it go." Norvin noticed Peter's muscles around his shoulder tearing apart. They could do nothing but watch the Dark Lord rip Peter's hand off his shoulder. Blood sprayed out of Peter's shoulder, painting the glass red. It was a sickening sight to see. Alicia banged the glass, hoping it would break the cage. "Ghost, stop," Norvin shouted. He tried to stop the Dark Lord using words even though everyone knew it wouldn't work. "We are beyond negotiation," Michael simply said. He grabbed Peter's other arm. Seeing this, Alicia roared like a wounded lion. "Break this cage," she shouted. However, Dante and his team felt reluctant to follow her order. The cage was designed to fall down once anyone tried to break the cage from the outside. Unfortunately, the only way to open the cage was through the rune on Alicia's arm. No one expected the Dark Lord to turn the tables on them. He made them powerless. "Your brother's death is on her head. Don't you agree with me, Norvin?" Michael asked Norvin. Norvin couldn't answer Michael. But to be honest, Norvin blamed Alicia for this. From the moment the Sky Hall elders approached Alicia behind Noah's back, Norvin advised her against taking this mission. Naturally, she didn't listen and jumped the gun when they told her they could capture the Dark Lord. The only reason why Norvin was with her was that she asked him to. Alicia had never asked him for anything in her life. Thus when she asked, he couldn't refuse her. Besides, he felt he could safeguard Alicia if he was with her. But Norvin never thought their plan would horribly go wrong. "At this point, you should know better than to mess with me." Michael's voice turned cold. He ripped off Peter's other arm and threw it at Alicia. Peter's face turned pale due to the heavy blood loss. Every inch of the cage was painted red with Peter's blood. His body slowly stopped squirming. "Peter!" Alicia screamed. Blood trickled down her nose in anger and pain. "I wonder what the Belafort family would think when they hear their precious Alicia Belafort just made an enemy out of the Dark Lord," said Michael. He slowly turned Peter's body upside down. He held him by his left leg. Michael intentionally did everything slowly. He wanted these moments to get carved into her brain. "I will kill you," Alicia roared. Her eyes turned blood red in anger. She screeched and punched the glass till her hands went numb. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't save her brother. She was just as helpless and weak as she was in the tournament. "If you think you can do that, you are stupider than I think." As soon as these words escaped Michael's mouth, he twisted Peter's leg and ripped it off his ankle. At this point, Peter didn't even move. He seemed dead to everyone. Seeing her brother's horrifying death, Alicia's legs turned to jelly. She collapsed to the ground. "Take it down," Mutrad said to Dante. He saw no option but to send the cage right into the volcano. He hoped it would stop the Dark Lord from killing them all. "As you wish." Dante did not argue with Mutrad. He conjured a ball of bright energy. The energy beam shot out of Dante's hand, hitting the chains attached to the ceiling. Upon the beam hitting the chains, they exploded into pieces. However, the cage did not fall down as they expected. Instead, the cage hovered in the air without even moving an inch. "Did you think it's that simple to get rid of me?" Michael devilishly grinned at Dante and Mutrad. Michael dropped Peter's body down and stepped onto his waist. He grabbed the last limb before turning his gaze back at Alicia. "I told you this would happen. You brought this on you all by yourself." Finally, Michael ripped off Peter's last limb. Michael heard the system's notification of Peter's death. Compared to the experience points he received from killing half-immortals and fusion-stage cultivators, the amount he received from killing Peter was negligible at best. "Now every single one of you is going to die. If I were you, I wouldn't put up a fight. It will only make your death more painful," said Michael. He glanced at Dante and his men. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Michael snickered. "Guys," Dante raised his voice. "Surround the cage and prepare for a fight." Dante ordered his men. Everyone, including Mila, was poised to attack the Dark Lord. They surrounded the Dark Lord. Ignoring Dante and his men, Michael grabbed Peter by his neck and lifted him. He walked toward Alicia. Norvin was speechless. After witnessing Peter's death, Norvin regretted accepting Alicia's request. He blamed himself for not talking Alicia out of this mission. At the very least, he knew he should have talked to Noah. He feared what Noah would say to all this after knowing what happened to Peter. Norvin doubted the Guardians and Belfort guards would still be alive. The Dark Lord liked to leave something behind for everyone to see and fear him. He ruled the world through fear. "Hey," Michael called Alicia. She couldn't look at the cage covered in her brother's blood. His words made her look up as Michael placed Peter's face against the glass. "Look at your brother's face," Michael said. Everyone around Michael trembled in fear. He ripped Peter limb by limb in front of his sister. Alicia saw her brother's face with widened eyes. They contained immense pain more than anger. His face was almost unrecognizable. Michael conjured the dark flames, slowly burning Peter's body. Even from outside, Dante and his men felt the temperature rising. The dark flames reduced Peter to a pile of hot ash. Dante and his men saw smoke fumes coming out of the ashes. Even now, they had no idea how the Dark Lord teleported Peter into the cage. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Michael squatted down to see Alicia in her eyes. He waited for Alicia to look up. He wanted to see the pain and grief in her eyes. Usually, Michael preferred not to torture his enemies, but Alicia was different. She showed him no mercy. She took pleasure in torturing him. So why shouldn't he give a taste of her own medicine? "Whatever you give me, I will give it back 100 folds. Do you think Noah can save your ass every time, don't you? Well, think again. This is between you and us. Don't bring her family into this," Norvin snarled. They felt a chill when Michael burst into cold laughter. "You should have thought that before you decided to bring me here. As long as she is a Belfort, they will suffer untimely deaths," Michael threatened Alicia and Norvin. They waited for him to come out of the cage, because there was no way for them to get inside. Suddenly, Michael's eyes turned pitch black. A black beam shot out of his each eye. The glass cracked. The number of cracks in the glass gradually increased. They knew it was only a matter of time before the glass shattered completely. "Get out of here." Dante stepped in front of Mutrad. He directed his words at Norvin, Alicia, and Mutrad. "No." Alicia shook her head. She rose up from the ground. "This ends here and now." Alicia's eyes glimmered with absolute resolve. She wanted to end the enmity between her and Ghost then and there. Because of her, Peter lost his life. The Dark Lord didn't even spare his body. She wouldn't be able to forgive herself if she couldn't avenge him or die trying. "Don't be stupid. Get her out of here," Dante growled. She was just a soul-refining stage warrior. The Dark Lord could kill her without batting an eye. Fighting him at her current level was nothing but suicide. After seeing what he did to Peter, Dante could only imagine what he would do to Alicia. As the strongest among them, it was Dante's duty to protect the weak. As much as Michael liked to kill Alicia, he chose not to. Not because he wanted to spare her, but because he wanted her to suffer more. Killing her would be a mercy to her. Besides, as long as she was with Noah, she would bring new types of problems to him every day. While Noah was busy cleaning up Alicia's mess, Michael could focus on growing stronger. In other words, keeping Alicia alive was more beneficial to him in the long run than killing her. Norvin did not linger around any longer. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll from his space ring. He grabbed Alicia's shoulder and tore the scroll to activate the scroll. Soon, a bright light enveloped Alicia and Norvin. "Let me go." Alicia's voice echoed through the hall after she disappeared with Norvin. Dante and his men prepared themselves for a fight. Every light orb around them started to flicker more and more. Chapter 774. The Dark Lord's power. The light orbs continued to flicker until they all went out. Darkness enveloped the hall. Dante and his team heard the glass shatter. Dante flicked his wrist as a golden layer of light enveloped him. Everyone in the team cast a defense spell to protect themselves from the Dark Lord. Mila quickly conjured a ball of silver light. As they expected, the Dark Lord wasn't in the cage. They looked around. Suddenly, the door behind them shot closed with a loud thud. The team turned around as they saw the door was shut closed by someone. Mutrad felt a breeze of wind blowing past them. His body trembled in fear. Unlike Dante and his team, he witnessed what had transpired in Ithilien. As they searched for the Dark Lord, an invisible force snuffed out Millis' orb of light. The place fell to darkness once again. At that moment, the only light source was the shields around their bodies. But they weren't bright enough to see what was happening around them. The eerie silence swept across the hall. A peal of shout broke the silence. Arg! Dante and his team turned their heads in the voice's direction. They saw one of his team members wobbling around. Dante noticed a red line across his neck. Slowly, blood seeped through the line. To their surprise, the man's head fell from his shoulders. Blood sprayed out of his neck as his body hit the ground with a sickening thud. In a blink of an eye, the Dark Lord decapitated a half-immortal. Mila and the others slowly felt the growing fear in their hearts. The one who died was just as strong as them. Yet he stood no chance against the Dark Lord, even with a shield around him. The Dark Lord completely ignored the shield and killed him. After killing the first half-immortal, the team began to conjure orbs of light. They wanted to bring light to fight the Dark Lord. One by one, they conjured energy orbs, lighting the place. But a powerful blast of wind snuffed out the light orbs. The Dark Lord did not allow them to fight the darkness. The darkness around them felt strange to Dante. It was not the usual darkness of the night, but a thick and eerie kind of darkness. Before they could conjure another orb of light, another one groaned. Dante sent a bright beam of energy in a blink of an eye. He sensed the Dark Lord's movements around him. The energy beam soared through the air, lighting the place. At that moment, they saw a figure grinning at them from the shadows. It was the Dark Lord, without a doubt. Beside him, another one of Dante's team members squirmed. He was on fire. Contrary to typical red fire, these flames were pitch black. Dante and everyone felt the temperature in the room rising. Before Dante and his team could put out the fire, almost half of his body turned ashes. There was no point in trying to save him. The half-immortal held his chest. Because he was burning, they failed to notice the hole in his chest. Open fire. Dante ordered his team. He chose to attack the Dark Lord with spells instead of waiting for him to show himself. As soon as the team heard the order, they all cast their own spells. The entire hall lit up like a Christmas tree. Mutrad ducked down and kept his head down. Mila cast a spell that created a dazzling red panda. It ran around the hall, shaking the ground itself. The panda, made of energy, seemed like it was searching for someone. Boom! The panda exploded into bits and pieces. It happened so quickly. One moment the panda was running around, and the next, it shattered into countless specks of light. Mila immediately tried to cast another spell. However, a dark beam shot out from nowhere and hit her in the shoulder. Arg! Mila screamed. The dark beams sent her flying onto the walls behind her. The others did not stop. Dante clenched his fist, casting a spell. When he opened his fist, a shockwave of shadowy energy shot out from him. The shockwave was powerful enough to crush a fusion stage cultivator to a bloody pulp. He hoped the shockwave would knock down the Dark Lord. But nothing happened as Dante expected. A few seconds later, another wave shot out from the other side of the room. This wave was stronger and more powerful than Dante's shockwave. On top of it, it wasn't a shockwave but a wave of fire. Dante and his team immediately leaped into the air to avoid the dark flames. The flames pulsated from the Dark Lord. It scorched the marble floor, turning it black. Mutrad missed the flame wave by an inch. While they were in the air, the dark beams zigzagged through the air. The golden layer of light around Dante reflected the dark beams. Unfortunately, Mila's shield wasn't as strong as Dante's. The dark beams already hit her in the shoulder. She was bleeding. Her luck was bad enough to the point the dark beams hit the same spot in the shoulder. This time, the beams penetrated through her body. She fell from the air in pain. Dante dashed at Mila to catch her before she hit the ground. However, a black shield flew out of the darkness and hit him in the face. Dante momentarily lost his focus on Mila. The shield flew back in the same direction as it came. Mila! Dante screamed as he saw a bolt of golden lightning fly past her. Mila disappeared along with the lightning bolt. He could swear he saw the Dark Lord's blurry figure in the lightning bolt. Arg! Mila's screams echoed through the hall. But her scream was cut short. Hearing her scream, Dante's heart skipped a beat. He was with Mila for almost 500 years. The two of them joined the Arctic Hall together, and have served them ever since. He forgot what it would feel like to live without Mila. Just imagining she might be dead made his body tremble. "Where are you?" Dante screamed. He could see in the dark as an immortal, but this strange darkness completely blinded him. Mila has yet to respond to him. Instead, Dante heard the Dark Lord's voice. "Didn't I warn you all?" asked Michael. His voice echoed through the hall. Dante conjured a ball of light. To his surprise, he saw Mila walking toward him. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Unfortunately, his relief was short-lived. He saw the large holes in her chest. Her silver armor had blood stains. He was about to reach out for Mila when the dark beams shot straight through Mila's head. "Mila!" Dante screamed. He dashed at Mila. He caught her dead body and collapsed down. Michael utilized Dante's grief. Without wasting a second, he immediately cast the lightning dash. Michael raised his hand as thick bolts of lightning shot out of his hand rapidly. He bombarded the half-immortals with lightning bolts. The half-immortals tried to shield themselves from the bolts. Their shields cracked upon taking hit by the lightning bolts. One by one, the shields shattered. As soon as the shield around them disappeared, the lightning bolts penetrated their bodies. The half-immortals looked weak as ants in front of Michael. Michael may be a half-immortal in cultivation, but he was several times stronger than one. He was a god after all. Dante's team stood no chance against Michael, who was using the death range to boost his power. Dante heard the sounds of blood splashing around him. He looked around to see several heads flying in the air vaguely. After Michael slowly the last half-immortal, the hall went completely dark. At that moment, Mutrad only heard the sobbing of Dante. Mutrad saw what the Dark Lord was capable of up close. He couldn't believe he actually signed up to capture this cold-blooded killer. Up to this moment, Mutrad always thought the Ithalan massacre was made possible by the void effect he created deep down. Now he realized how wrong he was. The Dark Lord slaughtered a highly trained Arctic death squad in a few minutes. He toyed with them. Mutrad sensed his death near him. He searched for Dante. Mustering his courage, Mutrad conjured a tiny orb of light to light his path. His heart skipped a beat when the orb of light appeared in his hand. It almost jumped out of his chest. He saw the Dark Lord squatting beside Dante. Dante felt a chill. The fear toxin Michael released, and the effects of the death range petrified Dante. Despite the cultivation difference between the two, Dante couldn't even lift a finger against Michael. Michael put his hand on Dante's shoulder. The very next moment, the Dark Lord sent the crimson-red sword in his hand straight through Dante's heart. He stabbed Dante again and again without giving Dante any time to retaliate. In addition, he shot dark beams from his eyes at Dante. The dark beams slowly melted through Dante's head. Michael lifted Dante by his neck after Dante completely lost the will and strength to fight. Mutrad saw the Dark Lord slowly walking toward the cage. As he moved closer to the cage, a bright light enveloped the cage out of nowhere. In a blink of an eye, the cage disappeared from Mutrad's sight. After the cage disappeared, the floor had a huge hole. One could see bubbling lava inside the volcano from the edge. Michael held Dante over the hole by his neck. Michael felt the scorching heat in the air. Just by standing above the volcano, his whole body sweated. Dante already lost consciousness after being stabbed and penetrated by the dark beams in his head. Although Michael killed his team and was about to kill Dante, he felt pity for them. They all died because of someone's agenda. To Michael, they were just experience packs. Michael stabbed Dante with his sword one last time before releasing his grip around his neck. Dante fell through the hole and flew straight toward the volcano. After wiping out Dante's team, Michael turned around. He saw Mutrad crawling back in fear. Mutrad shivered as the Dark Lord slowly walked toward him. Mutrad saw no way of escaping from the Dark Lord. "And what should I do with you?" Michael asked in a devilish tone. Chapter 775. Become my spy. Michael snapped his finger as the lights turned back on. Michael gestured at Mutrad to get back to his feet. The air inside the hall reeked of blood. Everywhere Mutrad turned, he saw blood and bodies. An oblivious man wouldn't believe that they were once half immortals. Despite their cultivation level, they stood no chance against Michael. Mutrad shivered, looking Michael in the eyes. Is this what you want for your people? Michael asked Mutrad. Because you've been shadowing me for a while. I can come and greet your people, and this cat and mouse run. Mutrad's heart skipped a beat hearing his words. Give me one reason why I should visit your homeland. Michael gently placed his hand on Mutrad's shoulder. I know you might think you have people stronger than immortals guarding your homeland. But you also knew stronger guards never stopped me from doing what I wanted. Mutrad shivered. Dante was an immortal, yet he didn't even put up a fight against the Dark Lord, who was at the half-immortal stage. If stronger cultivators could kill him, he would have been dead by now. The Dark Lord always had a way of killing enemies who were stronger than him in cultivation. After witnessing what happened in Ithilien, Mutrad couldn't even imagine the Dark Lord stepping into his homeland. Please don't, Mutrad stuttered. Why? Don't you want to arrest me? Asked Michael with an amused smile. I think I want to visit your elders. I haven't tested my spells and power underwater. This might be a great opportunity to do so, said Michael. What do you want from me? I'd do anything to stop you. Mutrad managed to utter these words. Is that so? Michael rubbed his chin. Answer me this, Mutrad. Are you more loyal to your people or the Guardians? Mutrad did not understand the meaning of his question. Hence, he took some time to ponder. However, Michael was not a patient man. He squeezed Mutrad's shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. To my people, Mutrad answered, getting his teeth. He felt like his shoulder bone was about to be crushed. Michael loosened his grip as Mutrad heaved a sigh. Then you won't have a problem spying on the Guardians for me, will you? Michael smiled. For a moment, Mutrad couldn't believe what he had just heard. The Dark Lord wanted him to be his spy. And that too inside the Guardian Guild. But, I am not a Guardian, Mutrad said. That didn't stop you from using and manipulating the Guardians until now, Michael said. He was nonchalant. Just like Mutrad did his research on Michael, he did the same on Mutrad. Last year, Michael assigned Azazel to learn more about the sea folks. One of the snippets of information Azazel had on Mutrad was how loyal Mutrad was toward the Arctic Hall and the sea folks. He would give his life for his people. In other words, Mutrad would do anything to protect his people. Michael always planned to use Mutrad one way or another. He was more valuable alive than dead. Moreover, Mutrad's close connection with the Guardian Guild allowed Michael to flip him against the Guardians. After all, Mutrad was loyal to his people, not to the Guardians. Do I have any choice? Asked Mutrad. Of course you have. You can either do what I ask you or watch the Black Day repeat all over again. Mutrad felt helpless. However, this was way better than having to witness his homeland burn as he watched Ithilien. If anything Mutrad learned over the past years, it was not to mess with the Dark Lord under any circumstances. After seeing the Dark Lord slaughter Dante and his team up close, Mutrad let go of his foolish pursuit to apprehend the Dark Lord. It seems like I am going to be a rat, Mutrad sighed. Better to be rat than dead, Michael snickered. After striking a deal with Mutrad, Michael looted the corpses for their space rings. Since they were all half-immortals, he knew they might have some juicy items in their space rings. Michael scanned the castle with his environmental scanning. To his surprise, the castle seemed rather empty. He only sensed a bunch of soul refiners and a couple of fusion stage cultivations. Apparently, the Sky Hall and Sea Folks put the strongest warriors to guard Michael. When Michael exited the castle, he had enough experience points to reach Immortal Stage Level 4. Michael now only needed to ensure the floating mountain was secure before triggering the Heavenly Tribulation again. Gaia was the only one who went through her Heavenly Tribulation in the Dark Ocean. Although she passed it successfully, the process was extremely dangerous. Michael wanted to change that. In fact, Michael must ensure all of his subordinates have a safer place to go through their heavenly tribulations safely. Instead of returning to the Dark Ocean, Michael chose to roam around the Fire Realm. According to Sadie, there might be a primordial flame within the Fire Realm. But to Michael's knowledge, there couldn't be another primordial flame in the Fire Realm. Because the hell flames were trapped within the golden plate, he took it from the Genric family. So Michael wondered how there could be another primordial flame. Since he was already at the fire realm, Michael wanted to look around a bit. With the system back online, he would find out if something was in the realm. 2 days later, Alicia returned to the ice fair with Norvin. The news of Peter's demise had already spread through the kingdom like wildfire. The entire kingdom knew the Dark Lord took Peter after slaughtering the Guardians and Belafort family soldiers who guarded Peter. Moreover, the rumor about the Dark Lord swearing to destroy the Belafort family spread among the people of the ice fair. The Belafort Manor was built on a river bank, overlooking a snowy mountain in the distance. The manor was extravagant enough to be called a castle. It was surrounded by thick walls and guarded by several soldiers armed to the teeth. They all bowed toward Alicia when her carriage entered the giant metal gates. Unlike ever before, Alicia felt reluctant to meet her family. She took a deep breath and exited the carriage. "Young miss," a couple of old women waited at the entrance to welcome Alicia. "Everyone is waiting for you in the main hall," said the old woman. Norvin noticed a sliver of concern and sadness in their eyes. As Norvin expected, the manor was crawling with guards. It made sense, especially after what happened to Peter. Norvin also knew the Dark Lord spread the news about the hostility between him and the Belafort family. He wanted the Belafort family to be isolated. Although no one would openly admit they were afraid of the Dark Lord, they would automatically cut ties with the Belafort, so they wouldn't end up on the Dark Lord's radar. Norvin hoped Noah would come out of his seclusion soon to sort everything out with Alicia and her family. If anyone could clean up Alicia's mess, it was Noah. Alicia and Norvin followed the 2 old women inside. "Young miss," when they reached a marble door, the 2 old women gawked at Norvin. "He is coming with me," Alicia coldly said. She knew they were trying to tell her to leave Norvin outside, since he wasn't a Belafort. However, as far as Alicia was concerned, Norvin was her family. Hence, she outright refused to leave Norvin behind. When Alicia opened the marble door, she was welcomed by a spacious grand hall. Slender braziers enclosing each of the 16 onyx columns lit up the lower levels of the throne hall, covering the hall in dancing shadows and a warm radiance. The marble stone of the layered ceiling danced in the flickering light, while memorials looked down upon the stone floor of this luxurious hall. A gray-haired man wearing icy blue robes sat on a throne atop an elevated platform. The regal marble throne sat beneath a statue of an eagle, and was adjoined by 5 rather plain-looking seats for the family members. The elders and important family members sat on several extravagant and comfortable iron benches, all of which faced the throne in a half-circle. Those of higher standing were seated on the embellished mezzanines facing the throne. The moment Alicia entered the hall, the noises fell flat. Silence occupied the hall completely. The man on the throne was none other than Alicia's father, Francis Belafort. He was a fit man with a stubble white beard. At that moment, his blue eyes had hidden anger and concern for his family's safety. Even though he lost his son, he had no time to grieve when his family was in mortal danger. Francis may have soon-to-be son-in-law who was the supreme guardian, but he and the elders doubted Noah could protect them from the Dark Lord forever. Taking a life was so much easier than protecting one. Alicia's eyes watered, seeing the cold look on her father's face. Looking at their eyes, Norvin could tell all of them were scared shitless by the Dark Lord. Their fear was the Dark Lord's strength. He ruled the world through fear. At that moment, the Belafort family was under his thumb. There was a time the Belafort family could have crushed Ghost without much effort. But time had changed everything. Now, even the most powerful families would tremble at the mere mention of the Dark Lord's name. Alicia Flora Belafort. Francis addressed Alicia by her full name. His voice was cold. "Norvin, please take a seat among the elders." "This hearing is only for Alicia," said Francis. "If you don't mind, I'd like to stand beside my friend, Lord Francis. As her friend and sworn brother, it's my duty, and I hope you won't ask me to fail my duty." "Fair enough," Francis nodded. "Before we start this hearing, I'd like to know everything you know about Peter. Is he dead?" Everything Francis saw in Peter's home suggested the obvious. Yet, Francis wanted to hear it from Alicia. Alicia slowly nodded as tears rolled out her eyes. Francis clenched his fist. It took him several moments to find his next words. "Is it possible for us to give him a proper burial?" asked Francis. Alicia's silence spoke volumes. It was hard for them to digest that Peter, the heir to the Belafort family, died a brutal death. "It's time for you to tell us everything you know, Alicia," Francis asked Alicia. Alicia remained silent. "I am not asking you as your father. I am ordering you to speak as the head of the Belafort family." Francis' voice became colder. Finally, Alicia wiped off the tears from her face and decided to tell her father everything related to Peter's death. She didn't care about what would happen to her. They deserved to know the truth. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.